Yeah, it is on YouTube.
Okay, but people are aware that there is this kind of streaming actually or not? Yeah.
People are
You published the timing of the live stream?
yes, 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 and it
Oh,
is live. It is live.
okay. Okay.
I did schedule it in advance, but it is live. And yeah, we're
Okay.
live, we're live, we're live, we're live. I see Travman is around. Travman, thanks a lot for being around, man. So we are here finally, and today we want to talk about the limitless energy potential. So there's a video which Travman shared in Scamchan about
Travman.
yeah, Travman is the one who shared. You see him, it's called Travman.
I
Travman
don't.
is the one who shared, and on today we have Dr. Elie or Dr. Elie. Someone said that you're called Dr. Elliot.
Ah, Elliot. No, no. It's nice, but
Yeah, I thought your name is Dr. Elie
E- Elie, or
Giacometti.
in English, Eli. It's supposed to be Eli, but you can call me whatever you want. Dr. Elie in French, or Eli in English, or just Eli.
Yes, so Dr. Elie. So for those who don't know, Dr. Elie has a degree in electronic engineering and a PhD in signal processing. He
Yeah.
also served as an engineer in the field of medical imaging, in position tomography, digital radiology, and 3D X-ray imaging for more than 15 years. Yes, like there's a CV for his. You can be able to see it in the description in case you want to know more about him. And we've
Yeah,
been
yeah.
having him
You
around
can
for.
publish a description of my career. I'm still an advisor in my company actually. So
Oh, you have your own company.
no, no, it's a public company, but I cannot tell you the name because no, I'm
Yeah,
not allowed to talk about my company. But I'm
yeah, I
still
understand.
working on new devices and new medical devices. Yes, low power, low new systems for medical devices. There's a lot in your brains.
Yeah,
Have a nice paper talking about how to decode the internal voice in your brain when you are thinking about, for example, the live stream.
doc,
There is a
doc,
voice inside your brain that
yeah.
prepare
We lost Dr. Ile. I don't
are
know if it is
now
my
able to
audio.
decode with perhaps 0.5% of, uh, of yield the internal voice. So you are not talking, you are just thinking about something, and there is a voice running inside your brain, and
Yeah.
with electrode you can decode your internal voice. This is a case for people which has trouble to speak, but everybody, when you think about something, there
Mm,
is a computer inside your brain that produce a kind of voice with words in French or in English or something what you want, and they are now able to decode the external voice, the voice you are talking, and also they are able to decode the internal voice. It's very very important. Yeah, yeah. I'm
I
still
see. I
taking a
see.
look at Elon Musk with his brain
A
work.
brain computer
Is
interface.
making progress. Yeah, I've seen other technologies for brain implant. I've seen a lot of things going on. Yeah, it's nice, very nice.
So I see. So if you're coming in, feel free to hit the like button, even if you're
Uh,
about to run away. Hit the like button, and like I
I
said
can
on the show,
not hear you. There is a problem somewhere.
you cannot hear me.
Uh, uh, no,
Ah,
you hear me?
yes.
I can hear you. Uh,
So the thing was working okay. Then when he left and he came back, it seemed to be not working anymore. But thanks a lot for being around. If in case you are here, and this is the video that you want to talk about today, maybe remove the microphone. In case you're here, so we want to talk about this video today. The video shared. Is it okay? Uh, this thing was working in the background. Okay, I don't know what happened again. Can you leave and come back? Unfortunately, you can't hear. So can you leave and come back? Leave and come back. Let me hope he leaves and joins again. But he's saying that he's unable to hear me, but I can be able to hear him and I can also see. So I wish he can leave and come back. If I kick him out, he will be unable to come back again. But anyways, this is the video that you want to talk about today. The video was shared by Travman and also Scamchan. So when I saw the video is more about talking about the Bedini coil. Leave and come back. I don't know why it's not working anymore, but it was working fine. Now this is making us drop lots of people. So I'm still waiting on Dr. Elie to set up things on his side. I wish he can leave and come back. Change avatar, kick speaker. Leave and come back. I don't know if he will, but yeah, let me play this video. So like I said before, I played the video, and I hope the guy and won't come and do what won't come and usually some people they come and they do copyright claims, yeah. But I hope you won't. So the video, like I said, is about a coil. Or let me play it first, then maybe I come and explain on the other side. I hope Dr. Elie will have sorted this thing. If he leaves and comes back, it will be free. But for now, I see that he's struggling on his side. So let me play this.
Another video from Limitless Potential Technologies for you today. This is the series in which we're releasing new clean energy technology from here in my garage. If you're interested in science, dreaming big, tinkering, building things, just thinking differently and exploring all the possibilities in this world, you're in the right spot. That's what we're doing. We're bringing you along for every step of the process. My name is Spencer. I have a background in physics, applied sciences, engineering. Let's
Yes.
get into this. I want to show you what we've been up to. So in the past few videos, we've...
You hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me now? Increase volume. Can you hear me now? Do you hear me now?
I have to
But anyways,
restart the computer, the machine.
you know, we had talked in the background, and
Pourquoi ça
we had
marche
a
pas?
we had a conversation with him for about like 30 minutes before he came on the show, and it was working fine. So I don't know how it failed. Yeah.
discussed what type of technology we're utilizing to get this clean energy. It's no different than solar power, wind power, hydroelectric dams. All of those systems are drawing from the environment, power from a open source in the environment, and we're doing the same thing here. It's just our source is slightly different. Our source is space or vacuum or quantum mechanical realm. So these devices are based off of this little guy over here, which is a Bedini motor. There's two batteries. One runs the system, puts a pulse of energy into the coil, which causes this mechanical motion in the rotor. And then when the energy collapses out of the coil, we recycle it in the second battery. We use electronic switching in order to perform these pulses of in and out. And over here, we are doing the same thing. We've just got much bigger battery banks, much more advanced switches, bigger.
I see you're here. I see you're here, baby. Today we're talking about your stuff. Spencer, I see you're here. So I'm waiting on Dr. Elie. He's having an issue with his microphone. I don't know what happened. We were talking with him in the background. It was working okay for like 30 minutes before we came on, but now it's not working anymore. But yeah, do you wish to come on Spencer and talk about this? This is by the way your kind of thing. You are supposed to have another guy, an engineer by the name of the hell identity. He's an engineer in electrical, but I don't know where ID is. ID failed to reply my email on time, so I said let me start with Dr. Elie. So things were working very fine, okay, in the background, but now, oh, ID, you're here, man. ID, I was waiting on you like crazy. I thought you're going to be around today, but it's okay. You're saying that out with the farm, I'll listening when I can. It's okay. I thought this today, man, you're going to be around. And you know, Spencer is here. Spencer, this is the guy called Spencer. So Spencer is the one behind this experiment. He has been showing on his channel how he's working on this type of tech, how it has been progressing so far. And this is the latest video of his. He's saying that I give him 5 minutes. So give him 5 minutes. I don't know what happened with Dr. Elie, but things are working okay and the background, and now he's not here anymore. I don't know. So in previous, so today I'm somewhere different. That's why the background looks a little bit different. But yeah, the thing how it works is you give it a small spin. Yeah, you give it a small spin, and you will see him demonstrating in the video. So but I think because here is we want to be able to clip us, I was afraid to play it in like to play it all. But basically the way he does it is you will see him spinning the wheel, and like let me see this email. Use this link. So I'm sorry about the delays. But yeah, let me play this. Just try to sort out with
Coils, more coils, higher frequencies, faster spinning wheels, larger weights in the wheel, bigger inertia, everything's bigger and better in this system. So that's what we're doing. Let me show you this machine running. So the last time I left off, we had it on a power supply. Now we've stepped it up, so we've got one of the batteries running, one of the batteries charging. We're still just running it on a single 12-volt battery with a single coil, and I'll show you why here in a second. We are going to turn on our system. So we've got a nice kill switch. You can see all of our lights on our circuit board. On our first one are engaged. The lights for the DC to DC converters are engaged up there. Nothing's moving at this point. There's 8 little switches down here. You have to turn them on in order for the machine to work. Each one controls one of the coils or one of the circuitry. I'm gonna start spinning it first. You can see we've got our light flashing indicating that this sensor here is allowing energy to flow. This sensor here is what controls the switches being on or off. I'm gonna give the machine a little spin, and then we're gonna go in and we are going to turn on one of the circuits. We have a single wire now powering this device. So one of the 8 coils, inside this coil there's 8 wires, so 8 coils. One of those coils is on. Now we're gonna turn on a second one. So we've got 2 coils on. I've gone through 4 of these optic sensors so far. We're burning them out. I'm gonna explain to you why we're burning them out here in a second. We've run into a little issue, and it basically I've got 3 coils on now, so we're gonna leave this machine running with 3 coils. It's running at about 70 RPM at the moment. It'll stay somewhere between 80 and 100 RPM. But that's the machine running. I am not going to run it any more than that at the moment. I don't know if you can see this scope here, but basically, you see these little yellow spikes coming off the bottom of this? This is the DC power supply.
Can you hear me now? Hello? No, it's failing. So if it fails completely, I think I'll have to restart the stream.
Do you hear me? Yeah, it's
Do you hear me?
yeah, no problem. I disconnect and reconnect the the iPhone. Yeah,
You hear me now in real
yeah,
time, yeah?
yeah. I hear you clearly now.
Finally. So even when you're away, we got a guy called Spencer. So Spencer is the person who is behind the video, and he is here at the moment. I told him to join. If he joins, he can be able to explain better.
Yeah, I take a look at this video multiple times, and
Yeah,
the guy is using a Bedini system. So I also take a look at a paper published by what they call Bedini
yeah,
Monopole Group 3 experiments. They explained how to build a Bedini system using only one coil and one magnet. And the most important thing that I noticed was the way they make measurements of the energy coming from the Bedini system to charge a battery, and then they disconnect the battery and make a fairly of the energy that was that was captured by the battery. And as they explain, the first thing that they explained was quoted to Bedini.
yeah,
Uh, they explained that the Bedini system was supposed, listen carefully, to open block wall of the magnetic part, which is absolutely a nonsense for me, which is really difficult to understand for everybody what is block wall. I can just explain in few words. When you have a magnetic material, you have some domains inside this material when the magnetic vector is exactly the same. So you have small part inside your magnet where the magnetic field is exactly the same. So Bedini is supposed to use high voltage pulses extracted from his Bedini coil to modify the properties of the magnet used in the motor. I just remember that Bedini has only patented the motor, which is nice for me. It's a very good design for a motor, which you doesn't need any electronic complicated circuits. You can run your motor using just a MOS or a classical transistor, and the motor will run. And after he decided to capture magic energy coming, according to him, to the block walls,
yeah,
and according to the guy in the video you just presented, it's supposed to be in the battery, in the electrolyte of the battery. The energy come from inside the battery and modify, accelerate a dipole. I don't know if a lot of people are really cared about dipole inside the battery, but here it's a strange behavior. But the main problem I want to focus. First, I made some simulation and experiments I can show you on my bench here to demonstrate that when you store energy inside a coil by just pouring a current inside this coil, you store energy for a moment in the form of a magnetic field, and then you can capture back this energy, which is called flyback pulses or something, and it depends deeply on the way you make the switch off of this coil. You can have high voltage but low current, or you can have medium voltage. But in every cases, you can demonstrate that the energy that you collect by using this flyback pulses is less or at maximum equal to the energy that you have put inside the coil. There is no way to increase this energy. I just talked with Chris. Uh, Thousands of people are working every day to improve the yield of DC-DC converter. And DC to DC converter, for example, are using coil, MOSFET, capacitor, diodes, and they try hard and there are thousands of people working all over the world just to gain few percent of efficiency. So it's not easy to collect the energy in the pulse. Okay, but I disagree with a lot of things I have seen on YouTube. Some people explain that the energy is very small. They are wrong. Some people explain that the energy is much higher than the energy that you put inside the coil. They are wrong also. The energy that you can capture in these flyback pulses is at maximum equal to the energy that you put inside the coil. Okay? First thing. And one thing which is important about this video on a free system, if I remember this Bedini monopole group 3 experiment, they don't measure the energy coming from the primary battery because they need a battery to run the motor. And they use two batteries. One is used to run the motor, and the other battery is recharged by the Bedini system. And then they describe in this famous paper, they describe the way they measure the energy that the Bedini system pour inside the battery number 2, which is the most important in the design. And they also describe how to measure the battery, the energy, sorry, the energy that you have
Yes, go on.
your
Are you still around? Is
of the
microphone being?
energy capture and using a load. And they propose to use a load, or they propose to use a load, a resistor, a classical resistor, or they propose to use a lamp
Dr.
or
Elie,
something like this, which is fine for me because it's easier to use a classical system to make
Spencer.
measurements of the energy. But my main problem is the way you are going to make the measurement of this energy after you recharge the battery number 2 with the Bedini system. Okay,
Dr. Elie.
and according to this famous paper, the measurement is absolutely wrong. They are not measuring the voltage and the current flowing on the load and integrated this voltage and current in
Dr.
the
Elie.
load and compute the total amount of energy. They are using a kind of Excel spreadsheet when you will enter the voltage of the at
Dr.
the
Elie.
beginning of the experiment. Then you put the load, so the battery goes down a little bit. You you wait a moment until the battery reach, I remember, 12 volts or something like this, and then you disconnect the load and make the measurements of this voltage. And as you're supposed to have a constant current inside your load, you multiply the difference of the two voltage at the beginning and at the end, but without the load, multiplied by the current and multiplied by the time you need to discharge the battery. And you're supposed to get the amount of energy inside the battery. And I disagree completely. A battery is a nonlinear system. You cannot just make the difference, the voltage difference between the beginning and the end, because the curve of discharge is not linear. And most importantly, the voltage at the end of the discharge has to be measured with a load, not
Hmm?
not disconnecting the load. The only way for me to make real measurements is to collect, yes, to record every second, or I don't know exactly, the voltage and the current in the load, and make the integral, the integration of this measurement uh, along a certain amount of time, according to them, until the battery reach, I don't remember, 12 volts or something like this. This is the
Dr. Eli,
only way to try to make measurements of the energy captured by the battery connected to the Bedini system.
so
Other way, if you use root mean square, if you use other kind of measurements, everything will be wrong. And I can demonstrate by on my bench top here, I can demonstrate that you can fool the amount of energy just by making wrong measurements.
not
This is not the first time I saw people uh,
we can't hear you again. We
changing
can't hear
the way they make the measurements in
Dr. Eli.
order to get
Spe-
over a unity system. But in the paper, the famous
Spencer,
paper, I recommend everybody to
can
take a
you hear
look
me,
at this
Spencer?
paper, which I
Yeah, I can
remember
hear you.
it's called
Dr. Eli, you
Bedini
can't hear me,
Monopole
so I
Group
don't know how
3
to talk
experiment.
to
It's
him.
freely available on the web. They agree that sometimes you can have not over unity, you can have less than unity, and sometimes you can have over unity. It depends on, we don't know what it depends on, but they are correct in explaining that with this method of measurements, you can have different results. So you have to restart the experiments until you get
We can't see you, we can't hear you. I don't know.
I see you've got limitless potential on. I
Yeah,
find it
I can hear you
unusual.
guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear, but Dr. Eli can't hear us. I don't know. Something happened to his mic, to
It
his
seems
phone. I don't
legit.
know.
Yeah. I agree. It seems correct, but I have to see exactly
Let me
how
drop him
the
and
measurements of the
do you want to
energy
demonstrate something?
coming from
I saw
the
you are setting up
Bedini
something.
generator is going into the battery number two,
Oh,
and how the energy delivered by the battery number two after being disconnected from the Bedini system and connected to a classical resistor load, how this measurement is made. This is very important for me. We can't you cannot hear me. Okay, there is a problem. No, we've
you
got
can't.
trouble with this connection.
Yeah,
Okay.
redo again like you
I
did.
have
Spencer,
to reconnect.
something is happening with this. Spencer, you now around for T Supersonic I see around. You've been away for long. I thought you were here one time and you were having a conversation in Scamchan. Or maybe that day I was streaming on both channels, so you never realized. I think so. And IDs, but 14 Supersonic saying that he thinks that your
You are.
system works.
Do you hear me?
I hear you, but can you hear me? I see you've got limitless potential on. I found out about him recently. He seems legit. So 14
Ah,
Supersonic says that limitless potential, you seem legit.
I cannot hear anything. Okay, I have to.
Let me resend him a link code.
Yeah.
Something is up. Something is happening to his phone. When he's talking, there's something which happens and he disappears. I don't know what it is. But when he's talking, the camera disappears and we can't hear him anymore. But we were doing the testing before we came on and it was working properly. But anyways, limitless potential. Are you still around to you gone? 40 supersonic. We here, man. I don't know where Lloyd is today. I forgot to tell him in advance. And I did saying that no need to recapture energy you already have. So the thing is, according to the Bedini system, or what I know according to Spencer's system, um, you use like you start rotating the rotor on your own the first time. You will see you can be able to see him giving it a spin. So you begin rotating it on your own the first time. Once you do, then there's a magnet on the rotor and there's something called a bayfield. Hello. Yes, what about on your side?
So,
Yes, we had I'd lost you with audio. There's something which is happening on your side and you disappear.
yeah, I don't know what's going on, but we
Video and
disconnect.
audio disappears at the same time, but I'm glad you're back. So ID was saying that there's no need to use to recapture energy you've already used, like how you're explaining that the system has two batteries. So you have to use two batteries. One of the battery is
Yeah,
to run.
they use two batteries. One is in the Bedini system. One battery is used to run the motor,
Yeah.
and the battery number two, which I call battery number two, is used to capture magic energy from, we don't know what kind of energy is captured. It's supposed to capture energy by connecting this battery number two to the Bedini system, and then you disconnect the battery number two, and you measure the excess of energy that you have got
Yeah.
in connecting the battery number two to the Bedini system. But first, you have to measure the amount of energy that the Bedini system
Mm,
classically pour inside the battery number two. So, in the paper, I always explain that I take a carefully look at this paper. In the paper, you you make an ampere meter
mm,
between the Bedini motor, but the Bedini generator and the battery, and you use a voltage, and you make some numbers. You extract some numbers from these measurements, and you also record the time that the battery is charging, and you enter into a kind of calculator which is freely available on their page. And then after you disconnect the battery number two, after recording the voltage at the beginning of the charge, the voltage at the end of the charge, the current in the charge, and the time you are charging the battery. You have four numbers, okay? And then you disconnect the battery number two, and you submit the battery number two to a load, usually a calibrated resistor with perhaps a cooling system in order not to heat too much. And you make four measurements. One is the voltage at the beginning of the discharge. One is the voltage at the end of the discharge. One another one is the current, and the next one is the time of the discharge. But the problem is
Yeah.
that the voltage number two is not with the charge. The voltage number two is a measurement of the battery without the load, which is for me completely wrong. I only know a way to properly measure the energy that the battery produces to a load is
Mm.
like I do every time to use a data logger or an oscilloscope or whatever you want, and constantly measure the voltage and the current according to time. Perhaps every seconds you record the voltage and the current, and then you sum or integrate
Mm.
this the product of voltage and current, and you will got a good estimate of the energy that the battery delivered to the load. It's absolutely wrong to make measurements of the voltage at the end of the discharge without the load. This is not the voltage uh, that the load receives. This is a number. I know it's higher than the voltage with the load. I've made some kind of measurement. So I completely disagree with this way of
So
making measurements. This is
you
my
believe they
only problem.
can't achieve over unity because according to Spencer, he says that you can be able to achieve over unity because you like this second battery, the first battery that is, it will be used to switch MOSFETs at a very high rate. When you have
Yeah, yeah, no
when you
problem
have
to
the rate,
switch MOSFET at high rate, but
yeah.
this is not producing any kind of energy. This MOSFET are just dissipating energy. They are not producing energy. I already demonstrate. I can demonstrate every day on my bench. MOSFET are just producing. If you design carefully, you can produce high voltage pulses. But in any case, MOSFET will not produce excess of energy. They will only dissipate. The same for diode, coils, capacitor, everything which has an internal resistor will dissipate energy. As long as you switch something on and off, you are dissipating energy. You are not producing energy.
I Spencer, can you be able to come around? I don't know. Spencer, I think he went away. Maybe he's doing
To
something.
get
I don't know
that
if he
over
come around.
unity with the tip of circuit used, such as never materials like graphene or transition materials, decalcoigenous, nanotubes wiring with capacitor nanowires. Uh, I have to take a look at paper. If the guy has a reference paper, I will take a look at this over unity system. Yeah, I know.
This is from
I
Tradman.
know that. I know
Yeah.
bismuth and graphene based circuits. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, no problem. We are actually talking about the Bedini system. I agree that I take a look at the Casimir effect. You have in the vacuum, you have a small force between two metallic plates in the vacuum, but this force is only available when, when the distance between the plates is in the range of micrometer or nanometer. So
We're about to lose you again. We're
can
about to lose.
generate more electricity than goes in if they have graphene gate switches. I'm not sure. All the MOSFET I know, but I just use classical MOSFET. I don't see the effect of graphene on the MOSFET. You can switch the gate with a MOSFET, but a MOSFET is it's only a channel in silicon. Perhaps they have designed channel in graphene, but I have to take a look. I'm not aware of producing over unity using a classical or a new kind of MOSFET. A MOSFET has an internal resistor which is called air on, and when you switch on and off, you dissipate energy in the air on of the MOSFET. There is no way to avoid, or you have to cool down and to use a subconducting a MOSFET. But I don't have any information about these kind of things. I'm sure that when you
Listen,
switch a coil on and when you switch off, the flyback pulses
Dr. Elie,
no
Spencer.
more energy.
Dr. Elie, Spencer. Since you're here, can you say something before? Dr. Elie is saying that you cannot be able to generate more electricity from, like, during the switching of MOSFETs, yeah, you want to be able to generate more current or more voltage.
Uh, no, it sounded like I agree with everything he's saying. The flyback voltage doesn't generate excess power.
All right, I agree
And
with you. You're right.
yeah, there's no individual component in the system that we're building that produces the excess electricity. It's a combination of all of the components together into a whole system that produces
Yeah.
excess electricity. And again, that's in the battery's chemistry. And we're just going off of that's kind of Tom Bearden's take on it. The stuff I'm saying in my videos is based on the physicist Tom Bearden, who's passed away now, and he wrote his thesis on Bedini systems and how it's working.
Okay. Have you take a look at the famous paper I was talking about, the Bedini monopole group
Um,
3 paper?
Maybe a little, but just based off what you're saying, Dr. Eli, I agree, especially like measurements, you definitely need to measure. Like we're planning on measuring the work done, the actual work we've completed, and then also the potential energy in the batteries. We're not measuring. We will measure the voltage and the amperage in and out, but like that's not where you're going. That's not definitive. You need to measure the potential energy within the system and the amount of work done. And eventually, if you can do enough work, there's going to be such a discrepancy between it that it's definitive, and people will see that it's overproducing energy.
Yeah. Because I disagree with this paper. They try to make measurements of the, for example, the charging the battery, and they make measurements of the voltage at the beginning, the voltage at the
Yeah.
end of the charge, and the current. And I know, but because I teach a little bit of electrochemistry, I know that the voltage versus current of a battery is not linear. You cannot make this kind of approximation. You have to record properly. If you, I think in this paper they try to explain that they want to measure the classical energy, because they are talking like you about another form of energy. They are talking about the classical form of energy that the Bedini system, the monopole Bedini, capture and enter into the battery. So they use a classical amperemeter, voltmeter, but the method is absolutely wrong. You are not allowed to just make two measurements. One of the current, we don't know, is a medium current of the RMS current, and make some computation. They provide for you a kind of calculator. You enter a voltage, current, time, and you got the energy. And the worst thing I have seen is how they measure, because according to the system and your system, this classical energy is, let's say, 100. But when you use the battery number 2 to capture work on a load, you expect to have more than 100%. Okay, so you need to carefully measure the work done in a load, and they propose in this paper a simple resistor or a lamp, which is roughly the same, and they make measurements of the voltage before the discharge. No problem for me. They connected the load, measure the current. Nobody knows which kind of current is this. Is this the medium, the constant current? Okay. And after they disconnect the load and measure the voltage of the battery after the discharge phase, but
Yeah.
disconnected from the load. For me, it's not correct. If you want to measure exactly the work, it seems that you are agree with me. You want to measure first the work that Bedini system introduced inside the battery in the classical way, because we are not able to measure other kind of system. And
Oh.
after, if the energy inside the battery with your system has increased compared to the classical energy that you introduce in the battery, you want to measure the work that you can extract from the battery using a load. And the method they pretend to use is wrong.
But I
I
think he
no.
say he said that he said that he was going to measure Spencer.
Sorry, say that again?
You say that you're going to measure along the way the work done to know if what you're
Correct.
getting
Yeah,
out.
we're gonna produce traditional E&M, traditional electron flow in our generator coils, and then we'll put a load on that and measure that amount of work. So that gives us an output from the shaft. We're going to transfer the excess mechanical energy from the shaft and turn it back into electrical energy that we can measure.
You
But
are not using both batteries in
we're
this system?
using both batteries. It's just the objective of the both batteries is to maintain. We're not going to draw excess electricity too much directly from the batteries. We're going to just use that to self-run and keep the machine powered and power some electronics.
Okay,
And
okay,
then
no problem for
we're
me.
instead of
Yeah, so you use the
yeah.
first battery like in the Bedini classical
Oh
system.
no, that's key. Yeah, that's key. And then we flip flop between the batteries every 3, 4, 5 minutes. And I guess the main thing with our machine is that we're not using BJT transistors. We're using N-channel MOSFETs, silicon carbide components. So they're extremely
Yeah, yeah,
fast.
extremely efficient. Yeah, yeah, I know.
Silicon carbide
Yeah.
diodes. So like the on time for our switching is like 12.5 nanoseconds, and then the off switch, which is really critical, is 1.5 nanoseconds. So it's
1.5 nanosecond. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
But did you agree with me that when
yeah,
you switch, when I have the bench here, when you switch on with your MOSFET, when you switch on, let's say 1 amp of current inside the coil, and when you switch off and discharge the coil into a classical load, you will not get more energy in the load than the energy that you put inside the coil.
yeah. I agree with the Bedini system for sure. Yeah, just
Yeah, but the
a
Bedini
regular
system, I
coil.
agree with you. The Bedini system is a little bit different because you have the motion of the magnet and something like this. But
Yeah,
I made a comment, and someone explained that what I was talking about Bedini, about block wall opening, was wrong. But it was written in the famous paper, Bedini Monopole. Nobody knows exactly how the system is supposed to be working, because there is, you're supposed to have excess of energy, but if you read carefully the paper, you will see that they explain that sometimes you got under unity, sometimes over unity, depends on the weather, on the moon cycle, and something like that.
yeah. I've heard
It's
that
not clear
too.
what they
No,
are
I've heard that
doing.
too. And like, I think that's more for just like a regular Bedini motor at 12 volts. The lower voltage ones,
Yeah,
like they can go over unity, but they're not going to be self-running, so they're harder to measure, right? They just got the work done, and eventually they run out, and sometimes they work, and sometimes they don't. I think
yeah.
that issues.
It's supposed to be working. I can agree that the Bedini is nicely, the motor is nicely designed, and it can run by itself as long as you put a battery, and the shaft will accelerate. Everything will be right. The main problem in this paper is the measurements of the classical energy inside the battery number two, and the work that can be extracted from the battery number two after disconnecting the battery from the Bedini system. And I completely disagree with their way to compute the energy coming in the battery and the energy coming out of the battery. But in your system, you are using two batteries, if I
2 battery banks. Yeah, we've got 10 batteries on either battery bank, so we're going to go up to 120 volts.
Okay, so are you using, like they are pretending? Are you using a system to measure the amount of energy that your system is capturing from the space or something like that, from the vacuum inside the battery, and then disconnect the battery and use the battery to work, to have some kind of work?
Well, we're just going to keep the whole system running and do excess work with it, and then measure real time how much energy is in each battery bank. And eventually,
Okay,
I
okay.
mean, you would, if you know how
Can you
much potential energy. Well, say for example, there's just for example, there's 1,000 kilowatt hours of energy in each battery bank
Yeah,
available.
how do you know the
If we
status?
did,
How do you know the status of the battery?
well, we've got I forget the model number, but it's a resistive load that you can measure and put
Okay,
on there in amp hours.
so
But
you submit your battery to a resistive load, and you record for a small amount of time, voltage
yeah, and
and
that'll tell you the
current.
potential energy in there. But there's also another way to negate even having to do that, right? If you've got 1,000 whatever, you've got 1,000 kilowatt hours in your system. If I do 2,000 hours of kilowatt hours work, then you already know you're over unity if it's still running, right? That's another way to go about it. If you do more work than the potential energy is in the system available, then it's obvious, and it's still running, then it's obvious that you've got over unity. We're going to do both.
How can you measure the energy of the battery without submitting the battery to a load? You cannot.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying that you would know there's other ways of knowing that there's over unity being produced. If I do more work than what's available, right? Initially, your batteries, sure, you can submit it to a load and test how much potential energy is in the batteries.
Yeah.
But
So
So
you are
with
going to
like
measure the amount of energy that battery number one is providing to the system, or not?
yeah, sure, you can measure both battery banks, right? Battery one, bank number one, battery bank number two. That's your total potential energy available in the system. And then if you do more work than that potential energy, and there's still energy in the batteries and it's self-running, that's just like doubling up on your confirmation that it's over unity. That would be larger
Yeah.
over unity.
But what kind
so
of work are you using to make?
Um, we're gonna put the gen coils to supercapacitors, and then my electronics buddy there, Joe, he's gonna design it so it's recording the actual work done to the load, and it has a minimum threshold in order to power the load, so you know that it's doing a minimum amount of
But
work.
the load is powered by what kind of source? What is the source of the power?
The rotor, the magnets spinning on the rotor are going to hit. There's going to be generator coils on the machine as well. So some of the coils will generate electricity from the rotor, from the magnets going by.
So you are using a different design compared to Bedini, because Bedini,
Uh, kind
you
of.
know,
They advanced Bedinis. They started putting gen coils on them as well. But I
yeah,
mean,
if I remember well, in this paper, there is three coils. One for kind of excitation, one is for the
yeah,
feedback to the transistor, and one is collecting excess of energy. So you are using a coil, and you are
yeah.
charging a supercapacitor. Why are you using a supercapacitor?
Just because it evens out the. It evens. I don't want to put it into the battery. I just want to do a run a load with it. So I mean, you could put it into a battery if you wanted to, but this is conventional electricity we're generating, so you don't need to have that same. It's not a spiked flyback voltage. So I feel like capacitors are a nice way to collect it and then discharge it into a load.
Okay, so you are charging the capacitor and then discharging
Power.
after a certain amount of time. You will discharge,
We're just put it into caps, and then pull a constant load from those caps.
but just remember you that when you charge a capacitor or a supercapacitor, you are wasting a small amount of energy inside the
Sure.
equivalent stereo resistor of the supercapacitor. It's uh,
Yeah, I agree.
it's to measure. You will lose a small amount of energy. Why are not are you? Why don't you use?
Same thing if you put it in a battery.
Yeah. Your coil, which is producing this voltage, can be connected to a resistive load, and you can measure voltage and current
Well,
inside
because
those
its
circuits. No?
purpose, no, because we want to use that flyback voltage for the vacuum energy inside the battery's chemistry. So that's a separate system, separate source of energy. The vacuum energy coming into the charge battery is just totally separate, and we'll keep that in the system. And I mean, we're going to have to figure it out and see how much excess energy is available. Maybe there is enough excess energy from battery number 2 that we can just harvest directly
Yeah,
from it.
this is the idea of Bedini, that there is excess of energy inside the battery. I disagree with your explanations about dipole, because I know a little bit about dipole. I'm afraid that dipole will not be accelerated inside the battery. For me, it's a magic system. If you increase the energy inside the battery just by using pulses of high voltage. The only thing I know about lead battery is if you use high voltage pulses, you will desulfate the electrode. So you
Correct.
will improve the, you will reduce the internal resistor of the battery. So you will gain a small amount of energy. Tesla explained this clearly, that he have designed high pulses, high voltage pulses in order to improve the quality of the battery. But there is no excess of energy. It's only a way to destroy sulfate on the, on the electrode. It's
Well, I guess it depends on the speed at which you pulse it.
yeah. I
Faster
take a
and
look
larger
at the
spikes.
papers, and it seems that you have to go up to megahertz, something like a few megahertz, in order to destroy this famous crystal. I don't know if people are using nanosecond pulses. Uh, I just want to remember you, because I teach electrochemistry, that the
Mhm.
exchange of classical electron inside the electrolyte is a slow process. You cannot exchange electrons with the speed of 1 nanosecond inside the battery. I don't know what kind of process you are going to do with.
Well, that's where that dipole comes in, because we're not using conventional electricity, right? We're raising the energy of the conventional electricity and the ions. The electrons and the ions have energy added to them from the vacuum, which is a completely different source. It's
I disagree.
integrated from the vacuum.
I
Well,
completely disagree.
that's why
In
we're
a
playing.
battery,
That's
you
why.
have ions, only ions. Electrons are just exchanged at the surface of the electrodes. There is no free electron inside the battery. And the dipole for me is water, because water has a very high constant of dipole moment. So there is millions, hundreds of millions of dipole inside the battery, because we are using sulfuric acid, which is
Yeah, I
water.
agree.
So there are dipole, but you cannot accelerate dipole. I completely disagree. You cannot accelerate dipole with high speed pulses. Dipole are associated with water, and we know the velocity of the water inside the ion with
Yeah,
the
but when
ions.
you put there's different flows, right? When you slam those electrons into the plates, they're much higher, faster moving charge to mass ratios than the ions, right? So you get an
But
instantaneous
no,
dipole.
no, I
Because
disagree. I disagree. When
the flow, well,
you
I guess this is why
when
applied
you make
science is nice.
electrochemistry, you have one electrode, and you change the potential of this electrode compared to the electrolyte. So you give energy to electrons. Electron will jump or came from ions, and after, electrons are not freely moving inside the liquid.
No,
I
but it's
disagree
before. It's
completely.
before.
No,
It's
no,
that
no,
instantaneous before. That's where they're freely moving, right? It's that flyback spike prior to the balancing of the charge,
no.
right? The charge flows there. And again, this is just what this
I
is the
don't agree
explanation that
with
Tom Bearden uses, and this is why debating and math and equations is one thing, but actually building and testing is another. So we're going to find out very soon if there is excess energy, and then the debates can go on about where it's coming from.
Yeah. I'm thinking you are fairly honest by making the experiment and making measurements, but I have seen a lot of people trying to confuse about explanation about block wall of magnetism, about wrong way to measure the energy. So I think you are clearly honest and try to make a good job, but you have to take care about the way you are measuring the energy
I
in
agree.
the battery number 2. This is the main problem for me because I saw a lot of tricks. For example, in my design, I can show you my design, which is just to demonstrate that the energy from a charge coil by a current can be captured in a load just after switching off the coil. And if you just
So
use, like me, an
Sven,
oscilloscope and measure voltage current, the product,
No, I
if
agree.
the current, you get 100% of efficiency at maximum. But for
Yeah.
example, I try to simulate an RMS measurements, and you get 200%, 400%. You get whatever you want just by changing the method. So,
No, I agree. It's the same as measuring reactive and non-reactive power and coming to conclusions.
no. It's not a problem of reactive, of non-reactive. If
No, but you
you
can have if
measure
something's out of
voltage and
phase.
current,
I
you
know, and
are sure
but there's
that
been
you
other
will have
devices.
the energy
Doctor,
dissipate on the load. My load is always,
On a load. Yeah, I agree.
so I don't want to use other load than a resistor. So I can compute
No, I agree.
voltage, current over time, record on my oscilloscope, go back
I
to
agree.
computer
Yeah, yeah.
and make the integration. And I
Doctor Elie,
found what is predictable. The
Well, I
energy.
let,
agree. We need to measure the total work done. Eventually, if we get enough work, then it's definitive proof that we've gone over unity. There's a
Doctor
threshold at which enough work is
With
done.
a coil, there is no way to get over unity. No problem. I just make the
I,
measure.
Well, you
we'll
say
see.
that, but I know of Thane Hines, who has a company called Regenerex, and he's getting over unity and has patents around it out of Ontario. It's not a Bedini system, but he's got similar technology, and he uses just coils. He's not doing it in the battery, and he's negating all negative work and only doing positive work, and he's written a lot of papers on it. Are you aware of Thane?
No. If you can send me references, I will take a look.
Yeah, there's a
He's
lot.
using just a coil.
Just coils. He just does coils, and he recharges his batteries. He's got all the videos, and he's got a company built around it, and a lot of money going into it. I've spoken to him for several hours, and he's basically also rewritten a lot of the theory and shown that you can produce excess energy just within the coils, both
With,
excess kinetic and electric.
just by
But
switching on and off a coil, you can produce more energy.
not straight just switching. He's got a little bit of technique in there. I can send you all the stuff. It's interesting.
Okay, so this
I
guy
agree. Like the flyback
is
you get from
telling
a quick
us
call, the
that
flyback you get is not over unity. I agree. The flyback you get is not over unity, but
it's not over
uh,
unity. Okay, so
for
because
example,
the
there's
guys that pretend to make over unity using coil and MOSFET, as I explained to Chris, you are telling that 1,000 or 10,000 of engineers
yeah,
working
I agree. I agree. I heard that. I
are
agree. It's the whole
stupid
system,
guys
right? It's not an
because they
individual
try to
component. The
gain
whole
few
system together.
percent of efficiency, and
I
Bedini
agree.
10% of excess energy. So
So
we are all
Sven,
stupid
Well,
guys
I agree.
because we don't
It's
understand
like saying
everything in the coil. I disagree.
I agree. No, I
Spencer, I
agree.
have a
And it's like saying a pulse motor on its own is not over unity. I mean, a pulse motor converts mechanical or electrical to mechanical energy at like, I don't know, 40 to 60% efficiency. So
so
individual pieces are not over unity.
Uh,
Spencer, I
okay,
have a
I
question. I
agree
have a
with you.
question, Doctor
I,
Elie,
Yeah.
Doctor Elie,
I
Doctor
can
Elie,
send you my
Doctor Elie. Oh,
setup
Doctor Elie can't
and
hear
my
me.
simulation and my experiment
Doctor
is
Elie,
here.
I will get
Perhaps you can
Spencer.
see here. It's not easy to see.
I think he can't hear me.
I can hear you. Yeah.
It's
My question. Let
it's just a switch, a MOSFET that switch on the coil with
Yeah.
a certain amount of current, and then another MOSFETs which switch off the coil and switch on a resistor and make measurements of the energy that I can capture in this load just after charging the coil with a certain amount of current, and I make all
Yeah. I
the
agree.
measurements. And
Doctor Elie, Doctor Elie.
actually, the yield is
Wobb's just trying to talk to you, Dr. Elie. Wobb's just trying to talk to you.
Oh,
Can you
I
hear
was
me?
saying, I am talking to you. Sponsor, I had a
Oh, okay.
question to you. I think Doctor Elie can't hear me. So my question is, like from your system, the energy that you
Yeah.
capture, is
Yeah.
it like from the primary battery, or is it from an external now, a different external source, or is it from like the primary battery? The energy that is going.
The excess energy we're saying we're capturing is coming into the system from the vacuum or radiant energy or whatever you want to call it, but it's because of the high voltage spikes going into the battery and that whole system. Exactly what is causing it? I mean, I lean toward Tom Bearden's explanation. Dr. Elie doesn't agree. It could be wrong, but overall, I've seen these systems and there's been lots of different types of motors that I've seen that do
Yeah.
run perpetually and produce excess energy. So we're going to find out. Like I say, we can talk about the theory once it's working. That's why applied science is my favorite, right? Talk is one thing, but applied
yeah.
science isn't.
I can agree that in the vacuum that demonstrated by Casimir effect, by I don't know exactly why, but you can have a force which is not the same as energy. Nobody's actually there are some experiments measuring with high precision the Casimir effect, which is a vacuum. You have two plates of metal inside a vacuum, and you can measure the force that grab one plate to the other, a very
Yeah.
small, very small, depending on the size. Okay, you have to design a micrometer or nanometer distance between the plates. As long as you are using a macro system, there is no more force that you are going to have in your system. So, I I'm sorry to disagree, but it's not a problem, as long as we kept correct. I, I disagree that you are flying the dipole inside the battery because of high voltage pulse. I will be pleased.
Well, I guess Dr. Elie, if we get excess energy here in the next couple of months, you're going to have to figure it out for us.
I hope that I will follow your channel every
Amazing. Thank
So
you. You guys,
there's
I
a
do
guy.
have to get going. I've got to get going. I'm sorry. I enjoyed this and I appreciate this, but I do have to get going for today.
Okay, thank
Before you
you.
go, there's a guy
Yeah.
called IT was asking if you can show proof. But also, let me. How can I send you my email so that you can reach out? I can reach out and share
My
my.
email is on my channel. All my contact info is on my channel. It's spencer@limitlesspotential.tech.
I
And
see.
then my phone number's on there, all the contact info. Yeah, I read every single comment. And yeah, to the guy who's asking if we can show proof, we can once it's working. That's the whole point of this particular endeavor, is to do it properly and scientifically and definitively.
What
Okay,
about
thank you.
this this first one which you showed? Is it working yet or still not yet? There's a first one which you showed on the
The little
slide.
one, that's just the regular Bedini motor. I do plan on taking some measurements there and doing a couple little upgrades. We're going to put some south pole magnets on there and just see the difference. Again, those ones, they're not self-running. If they do excess work, you can
I,
measure that they do excess work
I can
sometimes, but it's
not
not
hear
self-running.
you.
I do have to run though,
The
gentlemen. I
same
appreciate
problem.
your time and I look forward to the
Up
future here.
down.
It's okay. It's okay.
Scam,
Thanks a lot.
Scam Chan. Oh, Scam Chan. Yeah,
Yes,
chasing it
Captain.
sound. He sounds like a very positive guy.
Yes, Kamchan
If it
was
doesn't work,
asking.
if it doesn't
He,
work as a smaller version, yeah, well, you got to step it up. You need the higher voltages. You need the big battery bank. So sure, you can make the rotor smaller, but there's a certain threshold of voltage that you need in order to get these effects.
You
So
are on stage, but
yeah.
I cannot
Anyways, I
hear
appreciate your
you.
time, guys. Talk to you soon.
I have to
okay, okay.
disconnect.
Thanks a lot. Coming around. You can't hear anymore again. Let me send you another link. Take care of Spencer. We look forward to hearing from you in the future. Yeah, man. I try to reconnect with him so that we can hear more from him in the future. I have to regenerate a new link to share with Dr. Elie. I think for now, his side won't work unless I generate a new link. Regenerate. Why do they always say it's not working right now? So actually say that it's if you see on his channel, yeah. If you go to his channel, I thought I did you saw the video. But on his channel showing how he has been working from start to like how he has been progressing so far. So the plan is to go to the point where they will have to test it, yeah. So he has been showing progress, but I had gotten a number of questions which I wanted to ask him, but anyways, he's gone. Drabman wanted us to play a different video. I suspect we come up short using those batteries. I think we'll see in the future. Each system uses two batteries. There's a point, I don't know if it's visible, but yeah, it's the Bedini system how it works. So you use two batteries, but now, like it says that the extra voltage which now you are harnessing is coming from radiant or vacuum energy, and in a way that is that's how the Bedini system, anyways, is explained. It uses radiant energy or vacuum energy, the extra energy that you get, which you're sending into the secondary battery that you can be able to store. He said that they'll be able to measure the work done, and it is on progress. So I guess we'll see as time goes on. As time goes on, I guess we will be able to see more. But yeah, it is interesting. What do you guys think? Does it work? Will he be able to get more energy out or not? Will you be able to get more energy out or not? His system, yes, his system uses two sets of batteries. That's how the Bedini system works out. It uses two batteries. So, but for you to start the motor you have to start rotating it on your own. The wheel, that is, you have to begin rotating it with your hand. Then once you begin, it's called a rotor. There's a magnet on it. I don't know if Dr. Eli come back again. In case you want to join, let me share this link here for someone who wants to join. We had 14 supersonic around. I think he went away. 14 supersonic, when it doesn't see you, Scamchan, it goes away. So it goes away. It goes away. But yeah, like I was saying, there's you begin spinning the rotor with your hand, and you can even see him beginning it here. So that's the first stage or the first process. Let me show you guys. Just a minute. I think Spencer could have clicked well with Lloyd because they are both speaking the language of a unity. So, but you have to begin spinning it with your own hand, and you'll see him beginning like how he begins to spin it from somewhere here.
First, you can see we've got our light flashing indicating that this system. So that's what we're doing. Let me show you this machine running. So the last time I left off, we had it on a power supply. Now we've stepped it up. So we've got one of the batteries running, one of the batteries charging. We're still just running it on a single 12-volt battery with a single coil. And I'll show you why here in a second. We are going to turn on our system. So we've got a nice kill switch. You can see all of our lights on our circuit board. On our first one are engaged. The light.
So you're saying that, let me regenerate the link again. I don't know, cancel invite. Travman is saying that I personally think it comes down to the materials you're using. There's other materials out there in material science and engineering where this can be possible. So, Travman, if you make predictions, do you think he'll be able to make it work or he will fail? What do you think, Travman? Predictions. I did saying that's not possible. Scamchan, I did saying that not possible. We can get close to 100% efficiency, but never exit it to over unity. Why can't he just switch the coil on and off quickly and capture the collapsed voltage? What is the point of the motor? What is the point of the motor? I'm going to answer you right now. I don't know if Dr. Elie managed to come. The point of the motor, but Spencer and Lloyd, they can be able to click. Yeah? What is the point of the Bedini? He's saying that he's able to join. Or can I again? Can I again regenerate? Regenerate link. Regenerate link. Copy. Sure. Try this. Try this one. How could this link will work? So there's something which is happening on the side of Dr. Eli, but it seemed like I was the one who was unable to hear him, but mm, Spencer could hear him. So I don't know also if it's software problem. I think with time will tell, but if he switches up some of his materials, then yes, we will be good friends with Lloyd. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. By the him and Lloyd will click. I tried to get Lloyd to come on, but I think Lloyd is asleep. I think Lloyd is asleep. We will be good friends with Lloyd. Yeah, Trevor, how fast should you be switching? Trevor saying that with good materials you can be able to do it. I don't know. What do you guys think? So I've sent a new link to Dr. Eli, and let me send a new link here in case. I don't know why on my side I was unable to hear him, but he was unable to hear me, but he could be heard. So there's a question which so the point of the motor in the Bedini system is to trigger the circuit. This is I'm getting this from AI, that is says that the point of the motor in the body Bedini system is to trigger the circuit. First, like the rotation of the wheel with its magnet is what makes the whole system work. I think Dr. Elie is back approaching magnet. So it as a magnet. Is it working now? Can you hear me? Please confirm. Yes.
Yeah, I've got trouble with the link. Okay.
I was resetting. If and when Chris gets to graphene switching, you'll
I
understand how
have to
fast.
recharge a little bit my phone. I will connect the.
Okay. Let me remove this. That's the video which you shared, Travman. Travman shared the link to a certain video. Where's the video? Let me look for it. The last link which you shared. Are you back on the scene, Doctor? Okay. I just hope Travman is not someone who come later and do me like who was the other person? But I got the link, so let me remove this one. There's a time we did on time travel, and the time travel, I think because we talked negative about the time travel, that the guy was dreaming, so it made him mad and he came after us. He's saying that he's getting lots of donations. Oh, I see. I think because you're spending money, I think because you're spending your time on it and buying those equipment, whatever, maybe you deserve people to help you in doing the experiment. But let me play. This is the video which was shared by the legendary Travman, and the video is about impossible device creates free electricity from Earth's magnetic field. This is this graphene say that impossible device creates. This one I did a video on it. I did a video on Chris Webb some time back. I think maybe January, around April, the same time that she did. But she got 874,000 views. And on my side, I think I got 1,000 or 2,000. So this shows the difference between AI voice has to do with AI voice versus people who do live stuff. But is this one which you are talking about? This one I don't think that it has anything to do with graphene. Okay, you're back.
Yes, I'm back. I found the right cable because I have a lot of charger, as everybody, and a lot of.
Different
And
cables, iPhone and Samsung, iPhone and Android cables.
yes, I use iPhone system. Yeah, you were talking about magnet, about no, about coil. Just I have to remember to the people that when you are using a coil, there is, except if you are designing a superconductor coil, but I've never seen experiment using this kind of coil, but surely it's possible. Uh,
Yeah.
you have an internal resistor inside the coil because the wire are made of copper and you have some resistor, and also you have to take into account the connection between this coil and the MOSFET and the air on of the MOSFET. And the way I compute the time constant, if you remember your old course of physics, for a capacitor, the time constant is a product of the resistor that is charging the capacitor multiplied by the value of the capacitor. Okay, so it give you a time constant in second. For it's exactly the same thing for an inductance for a coil, except instead of using the resistor, you have to use the conductance. This is a product of the value of the inductor, L, multiplied by the conductance of all the system that is charging the coil, which is the 1 over all the resistors, okay? And if you compute, you can have the equivalent of a time constant. For example, in my system, the time constant is around 500 microseconds because I use a medium-sized coil and I have a lot of connection that are related to this coil. So you can compute and you can verify on the oscilloscope I showed you previously. I show you the current on the load,
So
and you can exactly measure with perhaps 10% of error, which is fine for me. You can verify the formula, which is very classical. You multiply or you divide. It's easier to figure out resistor because conductance is a little bit complicated. So you divide the value of your inductance in Henry, which is the unit, divide by all the resistors connected to this coil. And I have I show you previously this kind of system, which is able to measure inductance and resistor, internal resistor, so you can compute time constant of your system using this kind of thing. That is the video where a university proves that free energy is possible. Okay, but
Trovman wanted me to play a video that proved that one.
okay, let's go with this video. Ah, I know.
You have seen it. This is from
I
way back.
know.
Yeah,
This is a the magnetic field of the Earth,
yeah,
which
yeah.
is, yeah. Have you seen the numbers? Have you seen really the numbers?
It was very small. It was very small.
It's microvolts.
Yeah.
I agree that it is a demonstration that is possible, but the numbers are not very exciting. You are in the range of microvolt, if I remember, and the power is perhaps nanowatt or something like this. And just the people,
And it and
I
it's not
carefully take a look at the paper, the original
and it
paper.
wasn't it, it
Okay,
wasn't it wasn't free energy. Yeah? It wasn't free energy as such. It was the magnetic like what you get
yeah.
from the
It's supposed
magnetic
to be
field.
free energy because
Yeah?
the Earth is running constantly, so nobody pay for for this movement. And there are some theories explaining that it was impossible, and they're supposed to demonstrate. But at the end of the paper, if you read carefully the paper, they
Yeah.
explain that they hope that someone in the world will replicate. Uh, uh, it's very important in science. They provide all elements in order for someone else to replicate the experiment and to compare. And also, they explain that, for example, if you put together two different metals, just by connecting two metals and by the difference in temperature between two metals, you can have a potential in the range of microvolts. So you have to be very, very careful in making your design in order not to corrupt your measurements. Uh, yes,
So
Chris, with what technologies they are using in material science, it is very small. However, there is also material out there, especially new materials from space. Yeah.
so there's a conversation which you're having with Travmans, and he
I
was saying
don't
that.
remember exactly the material they are using, but it's a huge system. It's not a nanoscale system.
Mm,
And perhaps they will grab a millivolt, but actually it's a range of microvolt, and you know that with a small solar cells you can have more energy. But it's a demonstration. But I am waiting that someone else replicate. Sorry for the video. Replicates the experiments. They provide all elements. So if someone I was also interested in cold fusion because I've seen a paper explaining that using electrochemistry you can accelerate I don't remember exactly what, and improve the yield of fusion.
mm,
But at the end of the paper they explain that they pour in the system 15 watts and just grab a few milliwatts. So actually, the yield of cold fusion is not very exciting. But perhaps one day we will see something in fusion, in the neutrons. And you know my position, Chris, about the trinos. Uh,
yeah, yeah.
I regularly take a look at their paper now. Every year, this is next year, you will have the 10 kilowatt power cube. And now it's 200 and 2K 26. The next, and there is no clear demonstration of the system. So next year, the same for the guy from Brilliant Light. It takes him, if I remember, 30 years, and he promises every year. He promises a kind of sun. It's a kind of sun that produces a huge amount of energy in a small volume, but
Mm,
it's every year you will have the system, and in 30, not 13, 30 years. So he grabbed money from investors for 30 years and promises every year that you will have a compact system producing a megawatt or kilowatt. So I'm still waiting. I'm taking a look at these nice things, but actually. I have not seen real system except this magnetic system is supposed to produce a very small amount of energy. Nobody has captured Casimir effect energy. It's only a force. Actually, it's a force, and in their papers they explain that if you want to have energy, you have to move the plate. So you have to introduce some kind of mechanical energy in order
mm.
to capture energy. So actually, but perhaps it's not clear for me what kind of energy we are talking about. A lot of people are talking about energy of electrons in the nucleus, in the atoms. Yeah, they're supposed to be running at high speed and having spin properties. Yeah, perhaps one day we may grab some kind of energy from this,
Mm.
but it's very difficult with quantum uh, ideas. It's very difficult to capture
So
this kind of energy. I'm not.
you
I'm
can
not.
hear me.
I'm not really an opponent to free energy, but I want to see experiments and a
Mm.
replication of experiments using physical concept, explaining how it's working. And I'm afraid that explaining that high pulses inside the battery are not sufficient for me. But we wait a moment. But the guy is
According
honest,
Dr.
no problem for me. It's honest.
Dr. Eli, Dr. Eli,
Yeah.
do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Which so far from what you've heard on the internet, like which type of free energy theory or free energy materials that you think has some potential?
It's a potential.
Yeah.
It's difficult, yeah. Perhaps cold fusions, if the guy improved the experiments, but actually the yield is very poor. But
Mm.
it seems working, but I don't care about neutrinos. I'm thinking it's not possible with neutrinos because the interaction between neutrinos and the matter is very small. I don't
Mm.
count on brilliant with his sun, with his sun in a bottle, sun in a box. Uh, I don't see Bedini. I disagree with the Bedini group and their conclusion. I'm afraid it's not possible. Uh, Free energy is very difficult to. How can you grab energy? I have a colleague which is working on
Mm.
producing hydrogen from solar cell, but uh, it's a classical system. Instead of using a very complicated uh, electrochemical system to produce hydrogen, you use directly solar energy to produce hydrogen, and you put the hydrogen inside a container and you can run your car with hydrogen. Perhaps hydrogen will be a nice candidate, but people are working hard to improve the production of hydrogen from different kind of systems. Yes, hydrogen, and perhaps fusion, cold fusion, perhaps, but it's not clear for me. It's also a hot topic. There was a lot of paper published a long time ago, and then after cold fusion vanished, and now it seems to come back. So we are waiting some experiment, but uh, it's not easy. Also, just to remember people that they don't believe the system using a motor and an alternator with a mechanical coupling between both. It's a stupid idea, and it's just to have click on the YouTube channel. Is not working. It has been debunked, as I explained to everybody. It has been debunked multiple
Mm.
times. You cannot run a perpetual system by using a motor and an alternator and try to find a loop between both and by miracle running the system. I've seen people trying to use new material, arginium, mixed of silver and those kind of things, but everything is fake. Doesn't count on this hoax. You cannot. There are hundreds of people trying to produce free energy using magnets,
So
using
like
no.
for you when you go to the internet and you see someone is talking about something, what usually is the most like common red flag for you to tell that this is a free energy scam? Because you seem to know a lot. Like what is the red flag or something that once you hear, you know this is 100% scam.
Yeah,
There's
if I see
yeah.
if I see a motor and an alternator, or if I see a magnet and coil and nothing is moving, I'm sure it's a trick. It's not possible with a static magnet or a static coil to produce energy. So I know it's a fake. After uh, most of the system are based on uh, plugs or coils on magnet, but uh, for example, you can see people using very thin wire and pretend to produce 10 kilowatts, which is completely stupid just by the dimensions of the wire. And they try to move something, they try to trick people, but every time it's fake. It's not correct. No, the same for Maxwell Chikumbutso. Maxwell Chikumbutso. I see hundreds of video explaining that uh, he is powering a train, and I make a comment. Wait, sorry. I make a comment explaining that the next step is to power an aircraft carrier because it's a huge machine. So just to see what people think about, because you see trains, you see planes, you see grids, you see millions of things that are supposed to be powered by Maxwell invention, and we know that it's everything is fake. Maxwell disappeared, reappeared. Face technology tried to sell something, but nobody was able to buy any system. It's a pure fake. I'm afraid he will finish in jail for this kind of scam. I'm surprised that people from Holland, Netherlands, were not suing Maxwell for the scam, but perhaps he is afraid that it's very difficult to give up the money that he lost in the system. But no, everything you
Yeah.
see Maxwell machine, you see AI images. You don't see any real car or motorcycle or train or bus. I've seen a bus, yes, bus, train, airplane, everything you can imagine, drones, tanks. Yeah, I've seen a tank. Yeah, yeah. This is the reason why I propose that Maxwell will power an aircraft carrier, which is a huge machine to. Uh, have you seen perhaps also not cars, but high-speed cars competing with Ferrari or something like this? I've seen also. I don't remember a boat. Yes, a boat also. Train, boat, bus, everything you can run can be
And
powered, but it's fake. Everything is fake. No problem.
what do you think is the biggest hindrance of being able to achieve free energy as of now? Is it like about the materials, or is it that it's very difficult to
Yeah, perhaps
go
the
against
material.
entropy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but the process, for example, cold fusion seems very interesting, but the process is very complicated. Theoretically and practically is difficult. So I saw this new paper about electrochemistry that can change a little bit materials, but it's very difficult to have a clear idea about cold fusion. We are expecting. You know that in France we have in the
There's a
south a huge machine which is supposed to produce energy, but it's very complicated. If someone find a way to make fusion without all this stuff, it will have a Nobel Prize and it will get a lot of money from everybody because fusion has a very large potential. You can produce huge amounts of energy. So I can agree with people dealing with energy around us. Yes, uh, we have a lot of energy. For example, when I was young, I was working on positron emission tomography, and in this kind of tomography, you have a positron emitter, and when you put the positron with electrons, immediately there is annihilation, and two photons of high energy are produced. But the cost to produce this positron is excessive, is large compared to the energy that you can capture in the two photons. But it works. I'm surprised that people are explaining that electrons are not real. Perhaps it's an idea that everybody has about electron moving around the nucleus, but in practical application, you can use positron and electrons and and predict exactly the amount of energy
Trob-
by the
uh,
formula. So
Trobman. So I did post a poll, and I
have free
see.
energy from spark plugs, Lord. Yeah, I agree absolutely. Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah.
Kamsan. So I did post a poll about what are the most common red flags of a
Yeah,
free
yeah,
energy
spark
scam.
plugs. Yeah, they try to figure out dedicate a spark plug with a special metal somewhere, very costly spark plug. No, there is no energy in a spark plug or other kind of system. No, no, no.
If you have a question, yeah, if you have a question for Dr. Eli, feel free to drop it right now. So, um, like according to what you know so far, Dr. Eli, because now when it comes to free energy stuff, there's always the law of energy
Yeah,
conservation.
yeah, it's okay. Yes, that's a law, but as you know, every law can be breaked if someone make a clear experiment. Perhaps
So, do you think?
I have seen.
Do you
I
think?
have seen
Do you
that
think?
this law
Do you think?
was broken by a
Uh,
very small system which
uh,
was supposed to only receive energy, and some experiments try to demonstrate that this nano system can
uh,
also expel energy. So perhaps this energy, this law, can be a little bit different what we expect. No, it's I agree that everybody count on this law, but
do you think? Do you think at
things
one
are
time,
changing.
do you think at one time one person will come with a certain discovery that will be able to change what we believe? So, what we believe so far, like if you go back in time,
Yeah, yeah, you're
there's
right. You're right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Someone can go. A lot of people are challenging the work of Albert Einstein. There is no problem to challenge
uh,
everything as long as you publish a paper, not on YouTube. You publish on paper and you discuss with other scientists. And as I explained previously, someone can replicate. You you fill all the information you give, all the information for other to replicate, and perhaps someone can replicate. The first hit of cold fusion,
uh,
nobody was able to replicate the experiment, so cold fusion vanished. Now it seems that there is a new uh, a new topic about cold fusion. We are expecting that someone can replicate this first paper and see if they can improve the process, perhaps. But I agree. In science, everything is moving. Every time you have new discoveries, like one thing I don't really understand is quantum entanglement, which is very magic for me. You have two photons with have certain properties, and you measure one, and the other
uh,
one, which is millions of kilometers away, has exactly the same properties. It's I don't understand, but some experiments made by French people and after Chinese with a satellite demonstrate that the, this entanglement is working, but they explain in the paper there is no um, information transmitted from one part to the other of the galaxy. So I'm scratching my head because two particles have some properties far away one from the other, but there is no information because the law is that information cannot travel more than the speed of light. So it's not clear what's going on with this quantum. But we may have surprise with quantum theories, with quantum measurements, but not on YouTube. On papers from scientists, which can be challenged by other
yo, I
scientists.
see we have. I see we have someone new today called Yon Does Live. Yon Does Live, man. Feel free to subscribe today and not to be missing out on such live streams. He's saying that yep, quantum and field theory fascinating.
Yeah, yeah,
Tense
right.
up, man.
You're right. You're right.
And
For
they say
example,
that
the Casimir effect is a little bit magic for me. You have vacuum, you have two
yeah,
metal parts, and you have a force between these two plates, and nobody can explain. There are computations, there are models, but can you clearly explain to me how it's working? No, I didn't find any real explanation. Same for 0 point energy. 0 point energy is you're
what
supposed to
usually
have motion to.
what usually do they mean by 0 point energy? Or
Uh,
what
for
according to
me,
you, what is zero
I've
point energy?
just take a look on the web. 0 point energy is the fact that with the old law of motion, when
Yeah.
you freeze molecules, for example, or atoms at 0 Kelvin,
Mm,
everything is supposed to be at rest. And this 0 point energy explained that because of Heisenberg uncertainty, no, rest is okay for macro systems, but for nano system, for individual particles or something like this,
mm,
there is motion at 0 Kelvin, which is surprising for me, but I don't know if they have made some experiments. It seems that they have made some experiment to measure, but it's very complicated. And can we grab some energy from this 0 point energy? Actually, I haven't seen any paper. I just
mm.
see YouTube people claiming that uh, Maxwell energy is 0 point, that a lot of things are 0 point, but I'm afraid it's only to confuse people. 0 point energy is fairly complex, but I don't know. I'm not so fluent with quantum theories, so the
Yeah.
0 point is associated mainly with 0 K, and Casimir can work at room temperature. There is no need to go to 0 K. The force change according to temperature, but for me, it's a little bit different, but I'm not sure that both are associated with vacuum, with energy from vacuum, energy from 0 K, from low temperature. Uh, it seems difficult to grab some energy from the system, but I-
So
I'm waiting to
mm,
see.
we have Yon. We have a guy by the name of Yon Does Live. He said that he subscribed, and I just told him thanks a lot for subbing and
Okay,
coming today to watch the stream. And also, there's another video. There's a link which has been shared by Trapman.
okay,
So I'm trying to get the video as well. I think he wants to know your reaction on the same.
okay.
What you think about the same? But the title of the video is Potential Limitless Energy. But now this was from 7 years ago, so I wonder why we don't have that system yet. But it says potential source of clean, limitless energy. And what they're doing is they're using graphene.
Graphene, yeah, graphene is
And
nice material. Yeah, yeah.
I think that now is using this idea to create energy breakthrough, a device that harnesses the heat all around us to create
Oh,
electricity. Maybe
yeah,
let me
oh,
play
yeah.
the video with you. Although it looks like an interview.
Usually, I prefer to go back to the original paper. If the guy presented something in YouTube, perhaps there is a paper in some journal explaining what's going on. If I can find the original paper, I prefer to go back to the original paper and not really count on YouTube, because sometimes you can see there is a kind of trick somewhere. But okay, we are expecting the guy from I don't remember his name. It seems a nice guy. It seems to make a system, but I completely disagree with his conclusion. But
You're
we,
saying Lloyd. No, I'm going to play the video. You're saying Lloyd. I did saying that you're saying that Lloyd is But you're saying that Lloyd is a scam. But let me play this video. Then you say what you think about it. I think with Lloyd we'll come with Lloyd and Dr. Elie. I think you will be okay. Then you can be able to sit. And thanks a lot, Yon that's live for being around. Understand that you don't have a mic and you don't do those ones. It's okay. But just being around is nice. And we always do this one, so feel free to also hit the bell icon so that it can notify you anytime. But let me play this video from you hear it.
Single atomic plane
It's a whole
of
video,
graphite.
new one.
This is a new
Graphene.
is a new video about graphene. It's
About
different one.
graphene, yeah.
Yeah.
To grab energy
We've
from
been
graphene. Yeah, why not?
studying a lot of different
It's a
properties of
very
graphene.
special material, yeah.
And at one point we decided to make it freestanding. We figured out what was happening is
And the motion of graphene
Yeah.
is associated with temperature.
Are you able to hear the video?
No.
Do you guys hear the video or no sound at all?
Potential source of clean, limitless energy. Freestanding, figure out. Yeah, we'll notice potentials of clean energy.
Let me do this.
the membrane is kind of
give me the
shaking
link, I will
around.
take a look.
The atoms are shaking around and vibrating, but then every now and then
it's
this
very
local,
complicated.
let's say convex section of
Graphene is very
the
special
membrane would
material.
flip its curvature over and become concave. If
It's
we
bending,
place a
it's
charge
bending
on
material.
that ripple and it moves suddenly
Yeah.
near a grounded conducting electrode, charge
Ripple
will
and move the
flow in that
electrode,
conducting
screen the
electrode,
charge.
basically to screen the charge that's moving toward it. If we had another electrode above it, when it flipped back, then the charge would flow, say in a circuit, up to this thing here. And the size of the samples that we look at are 10 microns by 10 microns, which is pretty small because about 20,000 of those could fit on the head of a pin. But one of these 10 micron by 10 micron areas
10 microwatt
could
of
produce
power, yeah.
10 microwatts of power continuously. So wouldn't that be great if you had this, powering your watch, for example? You would never have to
Do you
replace the
remember
batteries.
also the
I like to
nuclear
think
battery?
about the possibility of
that
it.
lasts 100 years, but with microwatt power. Yeah, there is a lot of system producing microwatt powers, but we need more than microwatt power. We need kilowatt of power to run a car. So we are expecting.
What do you think about it? It does produce but microwatts. Although the people say that they can hear it. But what do you think about it?
I have to take a look on the paper. If he published something, I will try to at
You
the
have to
lab to
find the
take a
paper
look
first.
of the paper. Yeah, if
Uh,
yeah, it's not bad. 10 micrometer by 10 micrometer, which give 10 microwatt. Yeah,
do you see this question from Yon? That's live.
Force based on charge, graphene motion. Yeah, the motion of the graphene. Yeah, I have colleagues working on graphene. I will ask them if we are moving the graphene from one side to the other. Yeah, but
Let me
graphene is
see.
very conductive. It's a plate.
Mm.
So the graphene is charged and it's moving according to temperature gradient, something like this. Yeah. So, I will take a look. I will try to take a look on the
Let me
system.
ask AI to see what he thinks about the video. And but you're
So,
saying that you take a look. You're saying that you need to have the paper first.
excuse me. Sorry.
You say that you need to have the paper first to take a look in advance.
Yeah. If a paper is published, I will take a look at the paper before telling me. But if he published something, I will find. Graphene for. I will be on the lab next month because I have some things to do. We'll try to find papers. I prefer original paper than YouTube video. It's better, so you can read exactly what they claim here. Yeah, perhaps
So
graphene. It's a
so
good idea. Yeah.
so So what I've seen from the internet, after AI saw the video, AI says that in the video, the researchers observed that small freestanding membranes of graphene
Of graphene.
are
Yeah,
in a
yeah.
are in a constant state of motion, vibrating and rippling. These ripples can flip spontaneously their curvature from convex to concave, back from convex
It's,
to concave and
it,
back
it,
again.
if I
Then it says,
remember, graphene is
says
very stiff material. It's supposed to be used a very high stiffness, so it's not
it
easy
says
to bend. It's not easy to bend.
it
Uh,
says that by placing a charge on these moving ripples and positioning them between two electrodes, their movement can induce a flow of electricity. As a ripple flips, it causes a charge to flow into one electrode, and when it flips back, charge flows to the other. Now, in terms of power output, the video claims that a tiny 10 by 10 micron piece
yeah,
of,
yeah, I can produce.
of this graphene setup can continuously generate 10 microwatts of power for scale. For scale, the video notes that about 20,000 of these tiny squares
Yes, it's not a
could fit
problem for microelectronics to produce such
could
a
fit on the head of a pin. Then they say that the potential use from the video is this technology is proposed as a long-lasting power source for small devices.
small
The
devices. Yeah,
video,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Like the nuclear battery, which was designed for IoT system, not for a car. Yeah, it's it will be difficult to produce kilowatt of power with such device. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
with it will be, yeah, that one will be difficult.
Excuse me. Yeah, everybody will love to have this power cube from neutrino power, but as they are using graphene, they are supposed to use graphene to extract energy from neutrinos.
And and there was a time you were talking about cold fusion. I think you have a lot of information regards the same. So according to cold fusion, as of now, what do you think is the biggest engineering challenge which is stopping people from being able to generate?
Uh,
Can you hear me?
yeah, yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, according to this new paper, the problem is to real to be able to have
Mm.
the atoms fusing together without using a high energy plasma. So I don't know exactly what they are working on with electrochemistry. This is a kind of enrichment of material, but
Mm.
there is a long road before having a cold fusion. If someday this cold fusion can work. I'm afraid that our tomahawk system will be working. It's working, but the excess of energy is not actually nice, and they spend a lot of millions to build the system. So perhaps someone will find a way to improve the yield. Actually, the yield
And
is bad. So
so let's say if like what I think you know a lot about cold fusion. So my question is like where does the energy it releases like come from?
in cold fusion,
Yeah.
it's a classical. Uh, the atomic bomb is a nice example of fusion. If you put together, if you put together uh, material which has neutrons, you will. No, I'm sorry, not atomic bomb. Nuclear. Hydrogen bomb. Hydrogen
Mm.
bomb is uh, triggered by classical atomic bomb. You have to gain sufficient energy of the hydrogen or tritium. I'm afraid it's tritium. You have to use first an atomic bomb, a classical nuclear bomb, which is based on neutron, not neutrinos, neutron, to have the hydrogen in a kind of plasma. So
Mm.
the nucleus of hydrogen can fuse together and produce a large amount of energy. This is just the fusion of nucleus that produces energy. But for this purpose, you have to use the system which is in France, or
Mm.
a nuclear power system, or an atomic bomb, a hydrogen bomb, which is an example of not cold fusion and not fine fusion. And people are trying to make this fusion using other medium than plasma, than uh, atomic bomb or something like this. Is the main problem. How can you, because there is a repulsion between the nucleus, so you have
Mm.
to force this reaction to go on. And this is the reason why they use the plasma, accelerating ions, a lot of tricks to force the nuclear reaction, because actually it's not spontaneous. You have
So
to grab a large amount of energy to have this nuclear reaction.
so so first of all, let me see. There's a comment from Scamchan. He said that all these people working on free energy devices and not one has proven to generate massive energy
Yeah,
from little input. So in regards to that question, I'm going to ask you a question, but I also see that Yon Dusk Life is saying that we check out a guy called Bob Greener. I'm going to check him out. But in regards to that question, now, like when it comes to cold fusion, yeah,
yeah.
like does it really claim to be of a unity type of technology, like free
Ah,
type, or does it like isn't it simply that you are releasing stored like nuclear energy, or is it like does cold? I think you understand my question, huh?
yeah, yeah. I understand. Yeah, uh, the amount of energy can be enormous. Actually, the last paper,
Hmm.
the yield is very, very, very small. They put
Like the input.
15 watts and they grab only milliwatts. So, but
Hmm.
uh, I don't know the Tomahawk the system in France. I will check the numbers. Yes, but it's supposed to produce more energy than the energy you put in. Uh, yes, you can, like if you take a power plant, how
Hmm.
can you compute the yield of a power plant, because it produces a vast amount of energy? Okay, and the energy that you introduce is only the energy for producing the material. So with nuclear reaction,
Hmm.
yes, we have a kind of free energy coming from the nature, because nuclear material are extracted from minerals, and then there is a process to enrich the material. Yeah, I will check. It's a good question. If is a nuclear power plant another unity system? It's a very good question.
Yeah, is
But
it is it is it really an over unity, or like because you're what you put in to be able to produce
yeah,
all that out, like you have little input, yeah.
yeah. The problem is to properly count the input. I was just thinking exactly the same thing for uh, what we call a primary cell. A primary cell is supposed to be free energy. You buy your primary cell, what in France we call une pile, Volta primary cell. It seems that it's free. You pay just for the material. But if you take into account the energy needed to extract the material, to process the material, I'm not sure it's real free energy and over unity. The main problem is how you compute the input energy, for example, in a primary cell. I'm not talking about a battery. I know that in a battery, the yield is less than 1. But for a primary cell, you just put together all the components, electrolyte, metal, and something like this, and you have some work. You can run a computer, you can run your iPhone, you can run a lamp or something like that. So it seems free. But if you carefully compute the total amount of energy from the minerals, you have to take into account the energy to produce the primary cell. I'm not so sure.
Your desire says that he can't answer. There is a question I'd put up a poll which is asking if confusion is over unity. He's saying that he can't answer because of a unity doesn't exist yet. But maybe we can rephrase it and say, is a nuclear fission reaction, is it like over unity or not? But ID saying that it's not over unity.
Confusion, actually, no. It's far from, I don't know.
And Traman is saying that we ask Gemini what is the theoretical graphene MOSFET switching frequency speed. I don't have enough room to post the result.
Graphene switching, yeah.
Let me ask. But yeah, people are saying that it's not over unity. I see you have 3 votes, but we have about 9 people, 10 people, 11 people around. So feel free to drop what to vote. Drop your vote as I try to search for what
Fuse.
he's proposing.
Yes, the same for solar energy. Solar energy is supposed to be free energy, but if we count the amount of material in the sun, if the whole system includes the sun, we will see that it's not over unity. The sun produces kind of nuclear reaction. I don't know if we can compute the yield of the sun in producing energy, but because it's a complicated system. Yeah. For us,
About this.
solar energy is free because nobody pays for the sun, but you pay for the material, for the DC converter. You pay for a lot of things. The wind, the same for the winds. The wind is free for everybody, but you have to pay for a machine that produces energy. What is exactly free energy? Free energy, in the sense of YouTube, is limitless. You have the amount of energy you want for a time which is not limited. But we know that the sun is supposed to have a limited amount of time running, so it's not limitless. There is perhaps confusion between free energy and limitless energy. Limitless.
Like, is there confusion between free energy and energy that is just abundant and cheap?
Can you rephrase? Sorry.
Like, do you think now it's just a confusion between what is considered as free energy and energy which is just available in abundance
Yeah,
and it's
yeah,
very cheap? Yeah.
yeah. You're right. Yeah. The dream of everybody is to build, like pretended Bedini, a system that runs by itself without needing external input. A closed system which produces limitless energy without needing to recharge, to refuel something. But according to classical law, it's not actually possible. But we will see if someone find a way to grab energy from the vacuum. It seems also very difficult. Fusion perhaps is a solution, but they are far away from producing unity. They are very far from producing unity yield. So, except perhaps the French, the international system using plasma fusion. I will see. According to what I remember, the energy introduced to maintain the plasma and something was roughly the same as the energy produced actually by the system. So it's not actually over unity. It's supposed to be one day to produce more energy. Yes, yes, but actually, I'm not sure it's over unity. It's producing it's consuming a lot of energy just to run the reactor. So and they spend a lot of money for this reactor. We expect to have. I've seen people working on nuclear, a small nuclear power source or something like.
You can hear me, yeah? I hope you're still around. Something
Yeah,
happened to you. You can hear me.
yes, I can hear you. Yeah,
Something had happened to my. But there's a point you're talking about solar and wind also. So
yeah.
I don't know. Can you be able to explain them like in terms of thermodynamics? Why like in terms of the law of thermodynamics and stuff, like why solar and wind is not really considered to be
Free.
free energy?
Um,
Or
because
that hmm? You're saying
yeah,
that that one is a little bit confusing.
yeah. No one is paying for the sun to run, but the, actually the best yield is 45%. The energy coming from the sun captured by a solar panel is no more than only 45% of the energy produced by the sun. So it's not over unity.
Mm,
If we count as input the energy produced by the sun, but uh, we are not paying this energy.
I see. So in terms of this was from, I don't know if I can be able to share it on a screen. Your those life says work done, that is it. It's saying that transforms from wind or from light to electricity. Let me see the poll. The poll has 14% saying that confusion is over unity, and 86% saying no. Yeah.
Actually, the
Mm,
paper, the last paper, take a look. No, it's not over unity. It's far from over unity. It's 1/1000, something like this. 15 microwatt for no 1/1 million. 15 micro milliwatt something compared to 15 watts at
mm.
input. The output is only 50 milliwatt, something like this. So it's very far away from over unity. No, no.
Very far away from our unit. That's the regards to solar.
Solar
Solar.
is 45%, but in the lab, there is no
Mm,
viable solar panels with this. It's very complicated 2D structure of material with strange material, very difficult to process. And I don't know the price of such a device, but actually in the lab, you can capture 45% of
Do you
the
see?
energy from the sun. Yeah.
Do you see this comment? Let me try to do something. But do you see
Yeah,
this
yeah.
comment from?
The guy is perfectly correct. The 45% is exactly a multi-junction nanostructure solar cell. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
Do you see that comment from
yeah,
Travman saying that you can get higher percentages with multi-junction nanostructure solar?
yeah. It's a multi-layer nanostructure, complicated to grab 45%. Yeah, it's not a classical single cell, single junction. Yeah, it's a multi-junction with different materials. It's very complicated to process and very costly to produce. Yeah, yeah. He is right. Yeah, yeah,
Oh, he's
absolutely.
right, but it is complicated.
Yeah, it's the cost. The problem is the cost. Actually, Chinese are producing a million of square meters of medium quality panels just by processing silicon, which is only from extracting from minerals. But if you have to design multi-junction system with different materials, you will pay a lot of. You will have to to design reactors. It's very complicated. Actually, I don't know the size, but it's small size. It's just a demonstrator of the technology. To produce a panel, it will be very, very costly. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. We have Scamchan is saying that it's true. Free energy isn't cheap, and Yon Dusk Life saying that yes, but the cost, yes, value not cheap. LOL. So he's also agreeing that the value is not cheap at all. It's very expensive. ID saying that he can help. ID, how can you help? You want to come on? Feel free. Trovman is saying that with transition metals, uh, hey, that word is difficult for me to read, Travman. But TMD, nanotubes, and quantum dot photovoltaic materials and spherical apertures filled with different types of liquids and
Nanotube.
gases.
Yeah.
You know, Travman lives in the future. So this was a question from Travman that I did ask AI. He wanted to know it.
The extraordinary spin of graphene MOSFET in fast. In the low terahertz range. Wow.
Mm.
Hertz. Excellent. Yeah.
He's saying that it's hundreds or even thousands of times faster than gigahertz.
Terahertz. Excellent. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
He's saying that it's so fast, one graphene. But I think this is still under study. Yeah?
Yeah. 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 It's not so easy. Yeah.
The hurdles, theory versus reality, says that while the theoretical speed is
Yeah.
immense,
Yeah.
achieving
You
it
can
in
switch.
practical,
Yeah. Yeah.
saying that
Perhaps the next
achieving,
our next
yeah,
computer. Yeah. Yeah. The problem is to produce a graphene with high quality because if you have some defect in the 2D structure of graphene, the mobility of electron will be reduced and the speed will be reduced. So you have to produce a perfect uh, crystal, a perfect structure of graphene and connect it to electrode and something like this. Perhaps this is the reason why the speed is only limited to 400 gigahertz and not terahertz. Yeah, it's not so bad. 400 gigahertz is fine for my computer. I will make simulation very fast with a computer running at 500 gigahertz. It's fine. Yeah, but it's still a work in progress to design MOSFET. I'm sure in the lab they have designed MOSFET using graphene, but not in production. Actually, it's not in production. Yeah.
resistance between the metal connectors and graphene. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, yeah. The poor ratio between on and off. Yeah. This is a problem. Yeah, yeah. And the contact resistance between metal and the graphene. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because a MOS has a real small on small resistance in the on state and a huge resistance in the off state. And you are losing a small amount of energy as long as you switch on and off the MOSFET. If the MOSFET has a poor ratio between on and off, you will waste a lot of energy in switching the system. There is a permanent current flowing in the off state. It seems that there is permanent current. Yeah, yeah. Perhaps medical and security imaging system. Yeah, it's a lot of speculation from AI system. You know, it's a nice material. Yeah. It was used in tennis for tennis players to have a high stiffness in the material. Yeah, it's a very stiff material. Yeah, in batteries, people are also designing using graphene nanotubes or something like this to increase the surface of interaction between the ions and something like this. Yeah, yeah, it's a very promising material. Yeah. Ah, there is no more connection or not? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? TMD.
It says next gen.
Ah no, it's
So
okay. Contact resistance between metal and graphene. Yeah, it's a problem. Yeah. But graphene is a 2D structure. You have to connect electrodes in order to flow.
but
It looks
this
expensive. Yeah.
this will probably be expensive and
Yeah. Actually, the process is not industrial, but yeah, if we can go to 1 terahertz of frequency for high-speed application, yeah, people will try to push graphene everywhere.
yeah, we have Yon does live saying that nice fast switching good for back electromotive force harvesting,
Harvesting. Yeah.
but ultra fast switching, but he's saying that not cheap. LOL.
Yeah. It's not. It's complicated to process, but you can produce. I've seen a paper where they produce a large film of graphene and then transfer by a complicated process. Transfers this film on top of silicon in order to be able to make a classical lithography on this silicon. Yeah, you have to merge graphene and silicon technologies in order to produce components, a kind of MOSFET. Yeah, from vacuum to silicon. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, at beginning transistors were expensive, and now we have billions of transistors in the computer. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. They will make some improvement, but they need to find a kind of application where they can invest a lot of money to make factories to produce graphene in a large scale. Yeah, you're right. Okay, what time is it? Oh, it's a little bit late. Yeah, perhaps there is no more question.
You want to go?
Transition
Transition.
vertical cogenat nanotube. I don't remember. People are using a dedicated material for high efficiency solar cells. They are using. I don't remember. My memory is flogging away. A special material. This is. I don't remember. No way to remember the name of this technology, but people are working hard everywhere to improve the efficiency of solar panels. Yeah, it will be fun for Aptera to have a better
Oh,
efficiency.
Aptera, they released an update. I don't know if you saw it. I think they released an update about 2 days ago.
Yeah, but the main problem is the crash test and other problems. It's difficult to have a car which is not able to sustain a crash test with people inside if you are not able to guarantee the security of the system.
Yeah.
The structure of the car is very light. It's a very light car in order to run with a small battery. So I'm not sure the regulation will agree with a car with with a small reaction for crash test. It's very important crash test, and I'm afraid Aptera will not succeed because of the crash test, not because of the idea of using panels and flat panels. If they can access to this huge technology with a ratio of 45%, it will be fine. But the car is made with light material, so with a crash test, I'm afraid everyone will be crushed inside the car. It's difficult.
You think they will fail, yeah?
Yeah,
When it comes,
the idea of using a solar panel on a car can be acceptable, but we have seen that there is not such amount of energy except in sunny states. But the main problem is the design of the car, which is nobody have seen a crash test of this car, because I'm afraid it will be the main point of the car. What is the resistance of this car in a crash test? If you throw the car at a medium spin into a wall, what's going on with the structure of the car? Everything will be broken. There is small aluminum parts, composite materials, and yeah, it's.
what do you think is delaying them from going to production, though? That because they keep on postponing.
Yeah, for me, it's a crash test. The structure of the car is not adapted for bringing people. Perhaps you can use the structure for a robot,
Mm.
but for bringing people from one point to the other, you have to agree with regulation, and the regulation needs to demonstrate with a crash test that your car is safe.
Mm.
I'm afraid that the car. No, they are not useless. You can grab a small amount of power, but not sufficient to run your car, just to recharge a little bit the car. But the main problem is not solar panel. The main problem is crash test for me. Yeah.
Only about 25% of the energy actually turns into motion. The rest is wasted in heat and emissions. Then you lose another 60% of that.
They need to do a crash test. I don't know when they will do it.
Sorry.
They need to do. They need to do a crash test, yeah.
Yeah. And everybody is expecting this crash test. And I'm afraid, based on what I have seen, the structure of the car is not adapted for a crash test. It's too light. There is not enough material, so they have to change a little bit the design. So the design is not adapted for a crash test. You will break everything, and the people inside will not appreciate it as a structure of the car. No. They have to change. If they want to go on with the design, I'm afraid they have to find a way to improve the material, the design, everything. No, it's too.
Um, and fully defined free energy crashing car they could sell. Oh, Scamchan is saying that they can't sell it because it's crashing. And Yonda's life is agreeing with you that it really needs a crash test.
Yeah.
losses.
Crash
And
test is very difficult. You have to.
But it looks pretty. It looks pretty. I hope they.
Yeah, the design is fine because the
Do you-
aerodynamics and the coefficient
Mm.
in the air is nice. Everything is nice, except the crash test.
Do you see it on the screen? It looks pretty.
Yeah, it's look nice. It's only for two people, but
I think it can be used it mostly to be used just for simple tasks like going like just doing simple things which don't require you to go far.
I don't know now, but if you want to go to the road, I don't know if you can go to the road with this kind of car. In France, we have very compact cars,
Mm,
which are viable for people which have not driving license. I don't
mm,
know if this car it is mandatory to make a crash test on this small car. I will take a look, but I'm afraid if you want to go to a road or a highway, you have to to ensure that the safety of the people is guaranteed up to a certain amount of speed. If you go and when you have a car running at 60 mile per hour, crashing to a block of concrete,
mm.
it can be difficult for. Yeah,
It's very
you're right. Motorcycle, yes, you're right. Motorcycle can be.
but
I don't
how
know if the
comes how
regulation is
comes
different from motorcycle from cars. Yeah, but it's
how
going to
comes
be a car. Yeah, is
how comes for it like it has two wheels at the front and one at the
yeah,
back
yeah.
now.
It's
Now how
can it
comes
be considered a motorcycle? Yeah,
you
I
see
don't know. I don't
wait
know.
wait you see those ones which are considered I see the ones that are considered motorcycles they have one wheel at the front
Yeah,
and two at the back.
yeah, yeah. You have yeah. Perhaps they can
They're called
escape.
tricycles, yeah.
They can escape some regulation by designing the system. Yeah. I don't know.
But it looks pretty nice.
Yeah,
Although
it's not,
although Scamchan is saying that they should remove the solar panels and just put batteries on it.
that's cool. Yeah, I don't know exactly what kind of regulation can be applied to this vehicle. Yeah,
Mm.
is this a car? Is this a motorcycle? Yeah, a motorcycle is not supposed to resist a crash test. I don't know. Yeah. So,
So it will depend with the classification of the vehicle.
yeah, it depends on classification. Yeah, yeah, perhaps. Yeah.
But it looks nice. Even Yon Das Live agrees that it looks pretty. Learn more about Aptera. But I don't know, will they ever go to production? Because I know like a lot of people have paid for them already. Pre-orders. You know, Dr. Elie, on the video that you did talking about the crashing test and all that,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, a lot of people commented on it, and some were saying that they are like, there's even one who say that is what I don't know, shareholder for the like he owns part of Aptera. I try I tried to get him to have an interview with you, but
Ah, yeah, it's be fine.
he
Yeah, yeah.
refused. He said that he doesn't want to appear on the camera, be common and
Ah,
all that.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but there was a lot of questions which came later. I don't know if you usually go to that video. People asked some long questions, and I said I'll forward them to you. But that time you are in, I think, Peru. So
Yeah, I have to correct some numbers. I made a mistake about the power solar, the solar power. Yeah, someone pointed me that made a mistake. Yeah, I take a look at the amount of energy is less than was expected, but yeah,
mm,
you're right. So the range with pure solar energy is limited, but we know that you cannot run a pure system except students that that designing for a contest a very light car with a large panel on top, but you cannot run with only solar panel in a classical car or in a well-designed car with two people and something to bring in. Yeah, it's difficult to have more than
mm.
500 watts or something like this with solar power.
Yeah, it will be difficult to run solar with four people.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. For people, yeah, they fail. People that try to make a large car with a sedan car, they fail because it was not possible to. The surface of solar panels is limited, and it's difficult, to grab more energy.
Yeah, he's saying that, but it's okay. I think if there's a moment you're saying that you want to go to bed. If you sound too tired, Dr. Elie, there's no problem. You can take a rest, but if you feel to continue, also it's okay. You have Scamchan is saying that is coming, not Scamchan. Identity with health is saying that is coming
You
on.
didn't need to run solar. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Scamchan has a good reflection, has a good comment. Yeah, it
But
was.
I think for them they are looking for greener option, like
Yeah, they try
greener,
to
solar.
promote green options.
Yeah.
You can charge your car when you are not working and expect to make some miles with the solar energy, but it's
Mm.
limited. It's very limited compared to a classical. And they use a battery because you cannot run only on solar energy. You have to bring batteries for your car. But the design was optimized for grabbing maximum travel with a small battery, because if you use a large battery, it's better to buy a Chinese electrical vehicle. It's no with four people. I've seen a lot. I have trouble with in France. We have trouble with airbags, so my car is actually blocked in my garage because I cannot run because of airbag that can explode. And I take a look at buy your dream car, and they pretend to have 500 kilometers of range,
Mm.
which is not bad. I don't know if it's true or not, but
500 500 kilometers.
yeah, 500
That's
kilometers.
like that's like about 1,000 miles.
What?
1,100 miles for people
Uh,
like Scamchan. That's a
Something.
lot.
No, 1 mile is I don't know, 1.6 kilometers. No, something like this. It's only 300 miles or something like this. No, I have to compute. No, a mile is
300 miles. Oh
1.5,
yes, yes,
1.6.
300. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
300,
Sorry,
yeah.
I was doing the
300 or
opposite.
300. It's not
Oh,
so bad.
310 miles.
It's not so bad for a small country like France. It's not so bad. For United States, it's very limited, 500 miles. But I don't know. This is just the numbers that they throw away to grab to grab
Mm.
clients. I don't know if it's real or not, but 500 kilometers, it seems nice. But the machine is a large car. It's not a small footprint car. It's a large machine. Yeah.
Mm. We have this comment
Fast charging.
from.
Yeah. You know that I have a problem with fast charging. I discuss with all my colleagues in electrochemistry. They don't like fast charging because you you will reduce the amount of time that your battery will run properly. Electrochemistry, I remember, it's a slow process. You have to take care. You have not to make too much fast charging. Fast charging is very efficient, so you have to spend a small amount of time to charge your
Prof.
car. But the
Prof.
battery will not like this
Dr.
fast
El,
charging.
Dr. Eli. We
Yeah,
have this guy is called Science and Innovation. This Science and Innovation is the guy who last time he was, but he has a question for you. But there's a time he was talking about, there's a video which you are playing here about a new type of
battery.
yeah, but I think you
Yeah,
remember.
yeah. Perhaps they made some improvement, but
But he's saying that he has you
I'm
see.
afraid that people producing battery does not recommend to use exclusively fast charging. Sometimes you can use fast charging, but not every time, because your battery will not like too much to be only on fast charging system. It's
You see
better
what Stan
to alternate between fast charging and classical low long time charging, so your battery will be running for large amount of time. But I know that they are working to improve the time, to reduce the time for charging a battery. So a few years ago, they have got the idea that when you stop at the
Prof,
station, they
Dr.
will
Elie,
exchange the battery with a new one fully charged. But
Dr. Elie,
it was difficult.
Dr.
Yeah,
Dr. Elie, wait a minute. So we have Science and Innovation saying that I have done gravity-powered generator prototype and it worked. To him, it is only published paper that works. Is he saying that Tesla works are fake, which some of us use? No, can you be able to share Science and Innovation, or is it the one that we talked about? There's one that we talked about last time here. Let me try to find it.
yeah,
He had a special type of battery that he was showing
yeah.
on his on
Gravity
his
battery. Yeah,
on his channel, yeah. Mm, let me see if I can open him up. But he's saying that do you only believe in like
gravity power generator prototype, and it worked. Gravity power generator.
he had something called an infinite energy battery. We talked about it some time back. I don't know if you remember, Doc.
What
Let
is
me
gravity power generator?
let me share what he
Yeah,
did. Let me share what he did. But he's asking like, do you only believe like if there is no research on it, you don't believe on it? I think that's what he's talking about. Sorry. Science and innovation, and we share the scene.
qu'est-ce que c'est?
I'm playing the video. Do you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, this was the video from him.
Is Juliet Otopa. I am here representing
Ah,
Nanotechnology, which is a subsidiary
Do you remember it?
yeah. No, it's completely fake. Yeah, no,
of
it's,
Prenon
no.
global
For
energy
me, it's
landscape
completely fake.
as we know it, the Infinity Energy Battery.
But now he's also saying that he has also made this was his infinity energy battery.
No,
Uh this was now he's saying that he has developed what he calls gravity gravity
it's
powered
power,
generator.
what is gravity power? I don't know. What is
What do
gravity?
you mean? What do you mean science and innovation? And you're saying that you
Gravity
hardly come
power.
out of free energy program. We do like it's only today that we're talking about it. We have not been talking about it at
What
all.
is
So,
gravity?
what do you mean by
Yeah,
gravity?
gravity power generator.
What do you mean by gravity powered generator? I don't know what it means, but I think you can be able to explain. I know
Okay,
there's gravity batteries. There's development of gravity batteries and
gravity battery.
more.
Yeah, I've seen some example of gravity batteries, but gravity power.
He's saying, oh, you want me to highlight the comment? He's saying that I've done gravity powered generator prototype and it worked. It
What
worked.
is a gravity power generator?
I wish you can explain more. Science
Yeah,
and innovation. Feel free to explain more in the comment section. And but this infinite battery was this. He posted an infinite battery. He says that the battery can last forever. And Travman agreed with it. He said that it depends on the material you are using. I think Travman said that it depends on the material you're using. And whoever I did with that video, um,
Hello,
Travman said that,
gentlemen.
hey, how are you, ID?
Good.
Yeah, we have Dr. Elie on the panel. I think you know him, yeah?
Yeah, I've been listening
gravity
in.
power generator. Only powered by gravity?
I think that's what he means. That is what he means.
Gravity power generator? He
Science
will,
and
he
innovation.
will receive Nobel Prize for the idea of producing electricity just by gravity. Just by gravity.
I know there is a gravity battery that is still
Yeah,
people are
gravity
working on.
battery is known.
But
Yeah, but
But now,
you have to elevate mass
yeah,
with when charging the battery, and then the mass goes down, and you grab
you convert now back, yeah.
capture energy from the mass. Yeah, no problem. But
But
what is gravity power generator?
for gravity powered generator, I don't know what it means. Or ID, do
Yeah,
you know
I don't know.
what it means?
For gravity
No.
battery?
Yeah. No,
But
no, not
Nah.
what
not
is
gravity,
gravity
but
power
not
generator?
gravity, but it's talking about gravity powered generator.
Yeah.
Oh, gravity power well, I mean, isn't that? I don't know how that works.
For gravity battery, it exists, but
Gravity
it's something.
battery we know, but gravity
Yeah,
power
but gravity
generator?
powered generator, I've never heard of it. So I
Yeah.
think I wish you could have explained, but I think he went away.
Gravity power.
Oh, he says that over unity means bringing energy from other sources into the system and consequently gaining
What?
more than you put in.
That is not fully true. That's why I wanted to come up because this is a very known issue with those who don't understand how to define their system.
Yeah.
Mm,
When you have something external to your system, it is not part of your system. If you introduce it to your system, it is now part of your system. So you have to include it in the calculations when you're talking about power in, power out. Once it's part of your system, in order for it to be over unity, you have to produce more power within your system that comes out, or more power out than what came in. If it's part of your system, it's not over unity. You're not getting that energy for free. Even solar energy is not
Yeah, you are
technically
right.
free.
Yeah.
It's waste energy. Solar energy is wasted energy on the planet. We convert as much as we can,
Yeah.
which it makes it free energy because we're converting from nothing. That's why it's considered free energy. It's just sitting there as heat, as some thermal rise that we
Yeah.
take that thermal energy and we convert it. Now, typically when you convert energy from one form to another, let's say wind to electrical, there's a trade. You lose energy when you
Yeah.
convert 100% of the time. You lose energy. So,
Yeah.
with that said, that means that your source is part of your system. We keep interchanging, not we, but some people who don't understand how to define their system. It looks like free energy, it looks like over unity because you haven't properly defined your system. So, I hope that makes sense. If it didn't, Dr. Elie, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you are
Obviously,
right. Yeah, you are right. Yeah, yes. If you include in your system the sun, the system produce a lot of energy, but it consume hydrogen or helium or something like this. Yes, you're right. You can make your own definition of the system. You can include the sun, and you will see that the energy from the sun. Is from the consumed material, so you have to take into account. But my problem is what is uh, gravity generator? What is exactly a gravity generator?
Yeah, I'd like to know that too, because once I hear generator, that to me, by definition, some mechanical energy get converted to
Ah,
like
right.
electrical. That's a
Okay.
generator. So I don't know what that means either. Gravity power generator. I would like to see what that means as well.
All right. All right. Yeah. But because I'm aware of gravity batteries, I've seen Chinese making huge buildings with
Yes,
mass of
yes.
concrete going all up and down. So it's easy to understand. But gravity generator, it's not clear for me what is the meaning of
It's
this kind
actually
of thing.
it is the Chinese. Majority of those working on gravity batteries are the Chinese, like you
Yeah,
put it.
yeah, the love. Yeah,
Although
yeah.
ID
I
said
have seen
he had
also
not heard of them.
sound batteries in Finland. I've seen a paper about the sound battery. They
So
heat the sound by using other source of heat, and then isolate the sound, and the sound is maintained at a certain temperature, and when you need some energy, you cool down the sound, and you capture the energy. Yes, another way is to store heat in sand, but you have to properly isolate to
So
reduce
I
the
think
loss. Yeah, the loss.
he's gone. I don't know if he's still around, but this is what AI says about gravity.
Science fiction.
It says that
Gravitational
we are fiction.
manipulation of gravitational field on command. Okay. Yeah.
A hypothetical machine that can
Yeah,
create
yeah.
or
It's a
manipulate.
hypothetical
Hmm.
machine. Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
I,
I've
I
seen.
think
Maybe
that's become a common theme across these claims. Even the guy earlier, Limitless, what's his name? Limitless something. There's always
okay.
this claim that, oh yeah, it's not ready yet, or it's not. How do you make these claims if it's not ready yet? Did you see what you're claiming that you saw? And if you saw it, then it is ready. Like what are we waiting for? Just show it. You don't even have to say anything. If you can prove that what you claim is what you saw, then we're done. You did it. But it's always in the works. It's always, we're
It's
working on
always
it.
work in progress, like
It
for brilliant light generator, and I don't remember the other.
He
The
said
same
that
for
he's working on it.
neutrino power cube, which is supposed to be next year. Every year it's next year. Yeah, I'm afraid they are using money from investors like Maxwell. I don't like
So
people scamming like Maxwell. That
AI says it doesn't exist. So I don't know. This guy says that he has discovered it is still a prototype. I think
Yeah,
that
yes,
means he can get
he's right. Bedini system
can be uh,
is desulfating. Yeah, yeah, is desulfating. But what I have seen, Bedini is not convinced. Not convinced by Bedini system. Yeah.
yeah,
battery
it
not
seems to
really.
always be that claim. Like I know I have my back and forths with a lot of people making claims, but at the end of the day, there's never a product to prove the claim.
You're
There's
right. Yes,
never
yes.
a product.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of YouTube videos, but no product is running. Yeah. But this is always a problem of conspiracy. They explain that this is because of oil company
Yes.
try to cancel the work, try to kill people like. The famous Maxwell was killed, tried to kill poison or something like this. Yeah, it's a good idea. Or
It
the
builds
other
on
way is
the
to explain that we have not instruments for make measurements of this form of energy, like for scalar, vector, and something. You cannot make measurements because we have not instrument to measure. So it's another trick or to change the way to make measurements, like bed in a system. They, they try to figure out a new way to make measurements of energy instead of using a well-known method. They use a different method to measure something, and they found over unity system. Well, great. Yeah.
well, I think where my interest peaked is when the statement was made of I'd rather test it than do calculations or like this is how we understand these systems and how we can predict what they're going to do before we build it. That's the whole purpose of the math and the science and the physics. We
Yeah,
have
yeah,
the ability to predict and create from scratch and
yeah,
know
yeah.
exactly what it's going to do based on empirical data from things we've already figured out. Why would you throw that out? That makes no sense.
Yeah, I try to explain to a lot of people that a coil will not produce more energy in the flyback pulses than the energy you throw into the coil. There's no
But
way to.
I think for him, for for limitless potential, what he says is just experimenting. I don't know. The thing is, Kamchan say that he asks people to fund him for the projects, but I think for him it's just experimenting to see if it works or not. Then
It's okay to experiment, and like that's not even the problem. It's the claim that wait until I show you. Well, show me. Like I'm just waiting. You don't even have to tell me anymore. Just show it.
Yeah, yeah.
So
And
and I'm Dr. Elie, I actually wanted to, congratulate you when you were breaking down the you had just mentioned it. I'm sorry. My mind just blanked on me. What were you mentioning? What did you just mention? I'm sorry.
dipolar diodes or what? Or the
Not the
chemistry.
the
the
coil, the
coil,
back
yeah, yeah,
EMF, the coil getting energy. It's hilarious to me because this is part of not understanding how you define your system. The energy that you get from back EMF is energy that you put from a previous place in your system into the coil.
yeah,
So, why are you attracted to get the energy back out when you started with it? You had it already, and you're going to convert electrical to electrical.
yeah, yeah.
What is the
No,
purpose of that?
no, I can
Unless,
disagree with
unless,
you. DC to DC converter use precisely this trick. You charge a coil, and then by switching
yes.
on, you have a high pulse voltage, and you charge. You change a little bit the. You will not change the amount of energy, but you will charge the form of voltage, of current, of something like this.
Well, when
Coil
I
are
mentioned
used
this in the
in every DC to DC converter, in MPP for solar. They are used everywhere just to store energy in magnetic field and to capture energy when the field vanished, and to try to change voltage but reducing the current, or change the current reducing the voltage, something like this. Yeah, I
that
agree with you.
that I agree 100% with you because that's conditioning your electrical. That gives converting from electrical to electrical a
Yeah,
purpose.
yeah.
You're
and
trying to get
and
a target
eh,
current or voltage or both. So that's conditioning your input to get a specific output. But to
yeah.
put energy into a coil only to try to capture it back,
Yeah, yeah.
unless you're conditioning it, what are you going to? Why'd you even convert it in the first place? You just lost heat energy just by
No, no.
converting.
I'm exactly doing this on my bench top, just to demonstrate that the amount of energy is exactly the same that you put inside, just to just a demonstration, because people claim that you can amplify the energy by switching at high speed or something like this. So I made a small circuit where I use MOSFET to charge a coil. I know precisely the value of the coil, and then I decharge with another MOSFET and record voltage, current, and everything, and compute the amount of energy out of my coil. The system for me is a coil, and the system is a coil plus the power source. And when I compare the energy stored in the coil and the energy captured in the load after, and if I take really into account the diode, everything which is involved in the load, I will get 100%. But I agree with you. If I take into account the energy produced by the power source,
I
the ratio is very bad,
I
because
did
there
I
are
did
lots of power lost in the MOSFET, every diode,
Doctor
everything.
Doctor Elie, I was saying that that's why I did ask him like the energy that the extra energy which you are storing, are you getting it directly from the first battery, or where are you getting it from? But he said that it comes from the vacuum or radiant
Yeah, yeah,
energy. But
yeah,
there's this comment from Yon Das Life. So
yeah, yeah.
he's saying
The
that
energy from
he,
vacuum.
he
Yeah.
was asking about your voice. You say that why the tone
Yeah,
and why do you say
Jan does life.
but
I am
I think
extremely
that is
passionate. I am extremely passionate about this topic. I don't hold any anger towards anybody. I can speak loud. Sometimes my mic is turned up. I gotta turn it down. So my bad. I'm not angry. I'm just really passionate about just the discussion because I don't like the idea of anyone trying to get over on others because they don't know what they're really talking about. And you can use, I mean, we've like we mentioned earlier about Maxwell. I do believe it, yes, it's a scam. So I know he knows it's a scam because the words he's using and how he describes things explains to me he doesn't know what he's talking about. But to someone who doesn't know, it sounds amazing. It sounds fantastic, and it is on the surface. So
Yeah.
someone comes in who knows,
No, no.
no, that doesn't make any sense what you just said. And I just don't like this the lying part and the deceiving. That bothers me.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, yeah. But the the investor, I agree with you because they want their money back.
Yeah, eventually that's how it always ends.
Yeah, but a lot
That's
of
how it
people
always ends.
seem to believe this magic car, magic train, bus, and everything. Just for a joke, I propose that the microsonic energy device can power an aircraft carrier for the next time.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I mean, as far as my background allows me to understand antennas and and distances and energy and all of that stuff, the first
Yeah.
thing I thought about for a self-charging car through RF energy, where are you standing where that car is charging? That is my immediate question because I know there's a certain energy that your body will start to cook like you're in a
Yeah,
microwave
you're
if that
absolutely right.
energy gets too high.
This it was one of my argument in my video with Chris. You will be cooked immediately if there is 10 kilowatt of RF power
Yes,
available for you. You will be cooked
yes.
immediately. Yeah.
And the
The
only
only
way
thing
that'll
that
work,
yeah, the
I'm
only
sorry, go
thing
ahead.
that I'm interested in is the example of producing a very small amount of energy using a magnetic field of the Earth, which was supposed to be impossible. So, but as I explained previously, the the people gave all information and asked other people to replicate. It's very important for science to replicate something. The example of cold fusion, nobody was able to replicate something in cold fusion, so cold fusion vanished. But I saw new papers about cold fusion. Perhaps no, I have to agree with you that science is moving every day. Quantum field is moving also. It's difficult to follow every topics, and we may made some errors. I agree that every time I talk, I made errors. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong. But I know few things like you about electronics and some components and coil and something like this. But in the field of quantum energy, moving Casimir effect on something like this is very difficult to really understand what's going on. Some experiments demonstrate a force between plates in the vacuum, so it's strange for me. But if I cannot nobody can, nobody without a lab can reproduce the experiment. So we cannot disagree with such experiments if they published and if the measurement, but the force is small. The force of the vacuum need to have plates with a small distance, micrometers, nanometers, and the force is small. So can we grab something from here? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I look at the universe, the atmosphere, all of these things. These are reservoirs of energy. Yes,
Yeah,
I agree. The
yeah,
problem is converting it.
yeah,
That's the problem.
yeah, yeah. That's
Trying to get as much as you can get out of wasted energy that's it's wasted, right? It dissipates, the earth shifts, moves, rotates, all of that. So the energy's moving around us all the time. But
yeah. You're
the
right. You're right.
capturing it comes down to the conversion. Now, converting waste energy, technically, yes, that's free energy to us, but the
Yeah.
energy already existed before we tried to convert it.
Yeah.
So, but to us, it's free. We'll take it. That's free energy. But
Yeah.
to create it, no, that's not how that works.
Maybe now that one comes to maybe your definition of the term free energy. Yeah.
Free
There's a
energy. Yeah.
there's a time you're talking about the same idea. You're saying that you're coming on with define free
Yeah.
energy.
Free energy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe in
well,
your
that's why I said free energy to us, because the
uh,
energy already existed before we tried to convert it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's free to us because it's wasted, it's garbage to the atmosphere, to the environment. It's just there until it's dissipated or converted some other way. Plants using the sun's energy, photosynthesis, like it's used all the time, all around us. But we're trying to figure out how do we use it to something useful, and electrical energy is useful to us as
Yeah.
humans. It's useful because we can store it, we can move it, we can convert it again to back to to mechanical, to electrical, back and forth. We could do a lot of things with it if it's in a certain form. But if it's in, let's like solar, you need the solar panels to do what it's doing to convert it, right? Now that's just a material properties. That's an effect because of the materials that we use, and we put sunlight on it. We put photons. It's getting bombarded with all kind of energy in different frequencies. So it does what it does to convert it. Even though 45% on a solar panel in a lab doesn't sound, I mean, it's amazing. And technically, it's roughly around 20% in real world terms, like with like solar panels on the roof. And it's on average about 20-25. But
Yeah.
that's 20-25% of energy that was otherwise zero to us.
Yeah.
So that's a win. Even if we only got 5%, it's still
Yeah.
a win.
Yeah. Yeah.
and
So I would say that's free energy because we would have wasted it. It would have been wasted otherwise. So that's why it's free energy to us.
Free energy. Yeah.
and
It can be.
sometimes
It can be a good definition. Free energy is energy which is not waste by us. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
saying free energy is energy which is not wasted by us. Free
Yeah.
energy.
Yeah. But we waste a lot of energy.
Yes, because our systems are not 100% efficient. So we're going to have waste energy as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you see, for them it is any system where you get more than what you put in. So the extra is the free, the over unity part, yeah,
Yeah.
which
Unity. Yeah.
which
Yeah, but that's
according to
the
physics
problem,
is
that
not
it doesn't
possible.
unless you show me a system that it exists. To my knowledge, it
Traveman,
doesn't, and it never has. So, in order to convince me that it does exist, just show me,
Traveman
measure
is
it.
saying that it is possible, but it's very expensive in materials to get it done the correct way, such as superconducting nanowire coils and bism for the
Nanowire.
electron spin speed and graphene. Though
I
Traveman is
mean,
living
so
in
when you're going from like three-dimensional, I say three-dimensional, like an actual wire, like a 22 gauge wire, whatever, and then you go down to like two-dimensional um sheet charge, and that would be what exists in MOSFETs. That's actually considered two-dimensional because it's just a thin sheet of an electron sheet or whole sheet of charge carriers, and then you're just passing a current through that sheet. Now, when you actually change the dimension to one-dimensional, which would be a nanowire, that's like shrinking the dimension down to almost like it's just a string on the nanoscale, but actually angstroms. Yeah, probably angstroms. So when you do this, when you change the dimensions of that channel of where electrons or charge carriers in general can pass, you change the properties of the material. Yes, we are finding that when we change the dimensions from three-dimensional shapes down to 2D, MOSFET down to 1D, nano, we are getting properties that are beneficial to converting energy to other forms. Yes, materials are getting better because we're figuring it out. Now, will we get to the point where we're going to get more than what we put in? My first question is, where is it going to come from? What system do we know that just has energy and then it just creates it on its own? We don't even have that on the earth. because the sun gives us everything. Now, where's the sun getting it from? Like, you can track it back to some event, right? You dig deep enough, you probably can find something about that. I'm not into the astrophysics and all of that deep, but the point is, you
Mm.
can't get something for nothing. We don't have any known method of creating from nothing on energy. Energy cannot create more energy. You can convert the energy that you have in front of you and convert it. Yeah, I can convert it, but I can't get 1 unit of energy and now I have 2 units of energy. Like, no, that unit came from somewhere. There's always some source of where that came from. So the idea of over unity is great, but it doesn't exist. It's only claims. I mean, this is 2025 and we're still hearing claims about this. It's only coming from, I'm going to say it, it's only coming from the community that hasn't spent time and effort into learning what we know about energy. It's all assumptions and guesses from those who have not studied. I'm sorry, I don't want to sound disrespectful, but that's where it's coming from. This is why you don't have scientists and engineers and astrophysicists coming out telling you that over unity exists. There's a reason for that, and it's not the government. That's something that's used to hide the idea that maybe you're just ignorant to the topic. It's okay. You have physics book. You can catch up to the guy you're talking to. We have physics books, we have astrophysics books, we have mathematical modeling, we have all that stuff. We figured it out. We don't know all of it as far as the universe, but what we do know, we can study it. Why not study it? And take a
So,
look at all the people making that claim. Name the top 5 people making these claims and tell me what their background is in understanding the field that they're stepping in.
so according to them, they say that other people were more focused on physics, the way it is written in the book. You follow those commands. That's why they use the words like an NPC, like non-playable character. Like you're
Yes.
following everything as per the book. That's what they say according to, like, for physicists or anyone who has gone to school and
Well,
studied
how about
physics.
we
They say,
do what Dr. Elie said? If I get an answer, if I do an experiment and I get an answer, you know how I verify it? If Dr. Elie takes my instructions on how I got what I got and he gets the same answer, and then he gives it to you, and you follow the instructions and say, okay, yeah, it is working the way you say. That's how we verify that none of this is biased. Now, again, we all have bias. We're human. We all have bias.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
this is the purpose of and
yeah.
this is the purpose of vetting, and you pass it through the channels of people that they studied this. They studied this. They spent time and day and night in lab. They've researched. They read the books. They understand the math, the physics, and they understand the fundamental principles that are not understood by laymen. It's just what it is. You won't know this unless you study this. You can go in the lab and test it, yes. But if your answer doesn't match mine and we did the same exact experiment in the exact same way, something's wrong. What went wrong? We got to figure that out. But you can't make the claim that yes, we have over unity. Yeah, but no one's seen it. So I don't know why you're saying that and I can't repeat what you did. It's useless if I can't repeat it. That's not science.
Dr. Elie, are you still okay? Or you?
Yeah, yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I agree. I fully agree. But the explanation of people in the free energy field is that other people are closed-minded. So because we
Exactly.
have studied something in the books and I've made some experiments. I spend a lot of time in the books, but I made also some experiments like everybody's. But their explanation is we are closed-minded. We are not able to understand new concept. I agree. Sometimes, for example, I was talking about entangled photons in quantum information. It's difficult for me to understand, but I know I have some 40 years of practicing electronics and designing systems. I know small things, and I prefer to read the paper in a peer-reviewed journal and take a look at the references. And sometimes there are some errors somewhere. I can discuss with the people writing the paper. We may exchange some information. We may discuss, and we may disagree sometimes. Like in conferences, you may agree or disagree with some people, but there
Mm.
is a kind of exchange between people knowing some things about physics, electronics, and something. Here we have a community of people claiming extraordinary things like Maxwell, and there is no exchange possible. Everything is based on claim on YouTube, and this is not the way science is going on. Science is going on by experience, by new theories, bringing out old theories. No problem for me to discuss Einstein, or someone can come with a new explanation of time and something like this. No problem. We will accept some new things in quantum physics. No, there is no problem, but they have to explain, they have to discuss, they have to make experiments and replicate information, replicate experiments, and some people will agree, some people will not be able to replicate, and there will be a continuous exchange of knowledge, of information, not only claims, throwing away claims every year, every day. A new claim is going on. You put a motor, you couple a motor with a generator with a mechanical link, and it's the loop is running by itself. No, it's completely stupid. We know that it's not possible, and it can be debunked easily. But sometimes it's more complicated than this simple example. Sometimes they claim something which is very difficult to understand. So I prefer to read the paper and and to go
But
back to the original paper before
that's why you
having.
prefer to read the paper behind it, which
Yeah,
behind
I
it,
prefer to
which
read
is
papers and
what science. The guy was science and innovation. Yeah, you're saying that you dismiss things because you need a paper, but for
yeah,
him, he
yeah,
discovered.
yeah. I'm old guy. I prefer to have a paper instead of using YouTube claims. I don't know if there is some claim uh, from people which are supposed to be honest. I will go back to the original paper and see what's going on. Yeah. There are
Yeah,
there
yeah. The
are
YouTube
scammers,
should
but
not
there are
be your source of
people. Yeah.
knowledge for this type stuff. YouTube should not be the
No,
source. You
no.
can learn how things are done using YouTube videos. You can learn how things are done, but as your empirical source, it should not be.
You see what Robin is saying?
There's way too many uh motives to lie to the audience. I mean, it's so like ridiculous. Once you monetize something like that, you almost can't trust anything, to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
You
And
see
when
what
people are using a battery, I don't trust anything because
Robin,
yeah, you
Robin is
can.
saying that he has studied quantum physics and quantum mechanics, and he knows that with the material science for 23 years, that with possible, he knows that this is possible with the right amount of money in materials. I mean, I think what he has been talking about is what is possible, but
Yeah,
not
to
this.
convert energy. Yeah.
So I would ask Travman, how long have you been making that statement? Because I don't think there's any amount of money in the world that will stop someone who has this knowledge and this ability to not do it. Like there is no way
Mm,
any corporation or any entity, whether you consider the government, whatever, would not make that happen if they could, because they would run the world literally overnight. Like if you were able to do this, if you were able to pull this off, and I'm not calling you a liar. I'm asking more of how long have you been saying this statement, because I'm trying to do like a parallel. You've been saying it this long because it doesn't exist,
mm.
right? Now, again, he probably can, like, he probably knows more stuff about quantum physics and all that stuff more than I do. But again, I'm speaking only of having something giving you more than what's there. That is a claim. That is a huge claim, but never proven. So unless you get one, you only need one example. You only need one. And we can't get that one. What's the holdup? You think it's money. Sounds like you think it's money and materials. Money and materials. But yeah, I would have to say don't expect that to happen in your lifetime.
Yeah. AI is also confusing. I don't care about asking AI some information, except how can I cook my my fish or something like this. But in science, AI, perhaps perhaps it will be interesting for uh, bibliography, perhaps. But actually, it seems that AI invented references of papers or something like this. So I don't trust anything from AI about science. I prefer the old-fashioned books and papers and journals, but perhaps one day journals will disappear because it costs
Frank,
a lot of money.
you're saying
Yeah,
you don't agree.
I'm
I
sorry, go
think
ahead.
that one was from Yon Das Live is the one who was talking about AI, LLMs. Big no. Or is saying that you should not use them for verifying like what you're saying. Then
Yeah,
today
I
we have a
don't
new
use AI. Yeah, I ask, for example, I ask AI, how can you increase the current? I charge a coil with a current,
mm,
and I want to, for example, I charge 4 coils with 1 amp, and how can I design a circuit to bring 4 amps somewhere to the load? And he find me a strong scheme, complete nonsense to make this circuit. But no.
you have this
Perhaps
you have
one
this
day AI will be fine in science, but actually it's not so good. No. You can ask recipes for you for your cookings, no problem. But for science, I'm afraid it's not. But it's improving. It's not a problem, but AI is improving, so perhaps it will make a way. It just find some references in the web and try to compile information, to grab some information and to put together some information, but
mm.
I'm not, it's not
So
clear for me.
I was saying that today also you have this new person called Frank who has just joined. Frank has never been here before. Just to welcome you, Frank. Feel free to hit the subscribe button. He's saying that there's no way, there's one way, but the amount of problems you will have to have a crew. He's talking about what idea you were talking about. What which is what Trovman was talking about
Yeah, what's the problem? Yeah.
in terms of being able to prove it using
Yeah, but
like
people
using the right
sometimes are
material.
working together in the lab. We are not alone in the lab. We have
I
a lot
think
of people
what it means is it will be very expensive.
to
Let me
develop new materials.
not to use new materials which Trovman is talking about, which are very expensive from the quantum world. ID, are you still around to Yugon?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm listening.
A lot of money material.
What do you think? What Frank is saying?
As far as why we don't have an example?
Yeah, he was talking about your What you were talking? You remember your reply to Travman?
Yeah, about whether or not like I don't think money would ever be an issue. I don't think it would ever be an issue. Um especially with I mean, even I don't want to go political, but there's always this race to be the first of everything, first on the moon, first. Like that's always going to be this world thing that happens with different territories. But
Mm.
the amount of money for someone to come up with a device that would change the face of physics as we know it, of science as we know it, that is a world changer. That is beyond how much money you think it's going to cost. If that were possible, there's no amount of money that would stop that from happening. And I'm not a conspiracy guy. I don't believe in all that stuff, hiding this. How is the government hiding the information that you just Googled? How is that possible? That doesn't make sense. The same information you're presenting as, look, this is what they don't want you to know. Yeah, but you Googled it. So is it that hard? Are they really trying that hard to hide it? That doesn't make sense. So stop using that argument. But if you have the information to change science and flip it on its head, you wouldn't. I don't imagine even money being an issue. Like, no way in hell is that going to be a problem if you have that knowledge. Just don't think the knowledge exists. But the idea of it's nice. The idea of it is exciting. It gets people up in the morning trying to figure this stuff out in their garage. Hey, I can get this wheel to keep spinning forever. Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? That would be really nice.
Okay, well, it's time for me to stop. If you
Thanks,
agree.
thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out, Dr. Elie. I did want to talk to you. That's pretty cool. I actually had a
Okay,
conversation with you.
thank you. Okay, nice to see you. Okay, Chris.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks a lot for being around, and you have a good night on your side. It is 11:55. Yeah.
Yeah, 11:55 for me. Yeah.
Now I know your time, but it's okay. You have a good night,
Oof.
and thanks a lot for being around.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Bye.
All right. See ya.
See you
See you
later.
next time. So we have don't does live is saying that he also loves AI. Just saying it, but I understand somewhat tensor probability based on the data. I think this is replying to what Dr. Eli was talking about. And Frank is saying that, well, if it's not an issue, it can be done. There's a lot of problems. It's not changing physics. I think it means when it comes to now coming up with free energy tech, yeah, saying that
Well,
it's
if
not.
we're talking about over unity, I think that was more specific, right? Over unity. If we're
Yeah.
talking over unity, you are literally changing the face of physics. If you prove that over unity exists, because some of science, math and science only exists because over unity doesn't. That may not make
Mm,
sense to some people, but the reason why it doesn't
mm,
exist in physics, we depend on it as a we know that's a limitation in science, in math and science. It's a limitation. If you're
mm,
telling me that limitation doesn't exist, you just changed science. You just changed physics. You just changed everything we understood of energy propagation and conversion. You changed it at the core. That is one of the biggest things you could potentially do in human existence at this point, from what we know, because we base everything you lay your eyes on those same principles. Our cell phones, our internet, our televisions, our running shoes, our clothes, our glasses, all these things are.
Did something happen to ID? I think you muted. Frank is saying that you can get free energy, is
Sorry.
what I'm saying. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know where I muted, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Frank's just saying that you can get free energy. It is what he's saying. Pure sine wave unlimited. Say that you can get free energy. So, Frank, have you seen anyone who has developed a free energy device so far? And like I said, Frank, feel free to hit the sub button. We do this from time to time so that you don't miss out. Mm, I don't know which question I wanted to ask you. Oh, I was saying like I think this question I also did ask Dr. Eli. Like even back in the time there were cases where some things were known not to be true or not to be that way. A good example is like why am I forgetting the name? But the guy was even I'm forgetting the name. But there were people who like had some ideas back in the days and they were said not to be true. I mean, those were things which were used to be believed that time. But when science progressed and it advanced and they found out that this is not the case anymore, then it changed everything. So when it comes to like what we have now, do you think like maybe in the future some of this tech, like someone can be able to come up with something new that will be able to change what we've been having so far? I don't know if I did still
We,
around.
we can we can we can we can come up with new concepts, new approaches, but there's things in science that we've run into that seems to be pretty locked in. We call it empirical data. Every time we measure it, every time we test for it, every time we look for it, it keeps showing up the same exact way. And trying to like the idea of something like the ether and all these things when people claim there's an ether. Okay, show it. Because in science it hasn't been proven to exist. There is no dome unless you're talking about the atmosphere, but that's not a like a like a globe dome. Like these things are like loosely translated ignorance, to be honest, for some of this stuff. But in science, if you can't test for it, you can't prove it. If I can't test for it, I can't prove it scientifically. I cannot prove, or well, you can't disprove it, but you can't prove that it exists unless you can detect it, unless you can routinely detect it. You, Chris, when you tested for it, you saw it. I saw it. Dr. Elie saw it. So these are getting more and more data points where okay, everybody's seeing the same thing, and now you have some medical student who's testing something else who stumbled upon it. Like these type things are starting to align with certain things we thought weren't true at one point. We're still evolving as a people. We don't know all the answers. Like we're just scratching the surface, to be honest. We're scratching the surface. But to what we know about energy and how it propagates and how it moves and how we manipulate it, convert it, capture it, release it, waste it, the way we understand how to do the ins and outs for energy, over unity doesn't exist. Not one piece of data is showing us that that exists.
You
Now,
see,
that's the problem. The data is telling us that it doesn't. Do we argue
you,
that? Do we say the data is wrong?
uh,
I mean, unless you got data to support that says that it is wrong, how do you stand on that? Follow the data. Take the feelings out, take the wishful thinking out. What does the data tell you?
do you see this comment from Frank? He's saying that
Yes.
he's not saying that over unity works. What he's saying is you can get free power for life, unlimited within reason, just maybe factory scale without. I think what he means you can be able to get it to use it for your own, like for your own things at home and all that.
I would
My
ask that
question,
Frank defines free power.
yeah,
Because
that's my
no, that's not to be disrespectful. This is how, like, because sometimes, like, understanding someone's argument, sometimes it comes down into translation of the terms that they're using. I
he
have
says
an idea
different.
of what he's saying, but it
He
may
says
not match
different.
what he meant to say.
Or he's saying that you don't, or it means like maybe solar, how you can be able to use solar at home on your own. I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
But if you try to scale it now, you'll have to spend way more.
Fascinating. Same.
I think Yon is speaking about how water has states. I was saying that for him, are you still around this? Yon is saying that for him, water and light has is more than what we think. And That's what he's saying now. Free energy, free power for life. But what do you think about the ID? What do you think
No,
about the
I
text?
think Scam Chan's just poking fun. Scam, free power for life. How many volts?
Yeah, he's asking that guy who said Frank. That is.
That's a good one.
But I did put the poll for the guy who was here. Limit energy. Of course, the poll has very few votes, but you can see that majority says that his tech works. What do you think, ID?
Yeah, prove it. That's all I say. Prove it. I can
66
claim anything.
66%, no, 33%. It was few votes though, but they say that it works. Yeah, 66 says that it works. Although they
Well,
say that it's just
even he
experiment.
said it's not ready yet. So how does it work if even he said it's not ready yet? Something's wrong here. If he's telling you it's not ready yet, so how does it work? That makes no sense. That's contradictory. It does not. Both statements cannot be true.
I think it's, but he said that he's still working on it. So maybe we'll know.
Right.
I know he has been posting progress because ID has been. I think not ID. Scamchan has been sharing his clips for a while. The links that is Scamchan and also Traveman. The links of what the guy is doing, and he has been experimenting for a while.
Yeah, I actually was hoping he would show something. I didn't know he was going to get up there and just have the conversation. I was hoping he was going to show something.
Oh yeah, he was working in the back. I think he could have. Maybe he could have. You know now. The thing was also. I think Dr. Elie was not letting him speak more freely. I think so. I think he wanted to show more, to stay around more, but he got to a point where he was just like accepting and saying right, right, right. But he
Cam
looked.
Chan is saying that he wants to scale it up. But if you scale it up, that means you have a model that works. Why not just show that model? Why do you need to scale it up? You have a model that works. Like
That's a
who
comment.
cares about scaling it up? You have a model that works. Show that.
Yon is saying like small power supplies. I mean, I think Yon is also replying to Frank. What Frank
Mm.
was saying, that unlimited power for the rest of his life. Or this one, he means like power from, like there are those who say that they can be able to generate electricity from natural gas, from the biogas that is, and stuff like that. Is this what maybe? I think maybe Frank is meaning such things like biogas, those small things that you can be able to use, that you can't be you won't pay for, but now you can be able to run like solar, wind, but for your own small projects at home.
So here's the thing.
Mhm.
I think that Frank is not realizing, and let me be respectful because I'm not going to come at Frank. I don't know him personally, but I
Mhm.
think he's not realizing his words are contradictory. When he's saying, I'm not saying, if you go back to his comment, his last comment where he said, no, I'm not saying over unity works. I'm saying you can get free power for life unlimited within reason. Now, when you use words like free power for life unlimited, that means the energy keeps regenerating itself. That's what that statement means, which is over unity. They are one and the same. If it regenerates itself, that means it's not losing. It's either constantly staying as that resource you keep using, or you're producing more. It's that greater than or equal to um, of 100% efficiency. That's he's saying the exact same thing, but he's saying he's using them in contradictory ways. So, from what I can tell, I think we must understand what over unity actually means in terms of efficiency, in terms of how it relates to free energy. And when you use terms like unlimited and free power for life,
Huh?
that's over unity. If you keep using the same power, yeah, that's over unity. That is over unity.
And for Yon is saying that Yon's comment is about limitless potential, saying that he has an SSG working, but MOSFETs are burning. He has showed it. I think even the video said that when he tries to increase, is it revolution or RPM? Say that it will burn MOSFETs.
Do you know why MOSFETs burn?
Not really, no.
All right. So, yeah, and not everybody knows this, but if you understand how MOSFETs work, when you put a bias on that gate, the gate creates a channel within the device that connects the source to the drain. It creates a charge carrier path. It does not create current. It pulls charge carriers from the body of the MOSFET and attracts it to the oxide side of that material. That connects the two contacts and drain source. I wish I had pictures here I could show, but either way. So when you do that and create that channel has resistance.
Uh,
That channel will have resistance. And when you pass a certain current, high current through that resistance, and the channel can't handle that current, it burns. Just like if you put a high voltage, or not a high voltage, a high current on a wire. Let's say you have wires in your car and you short something out, and all of those electrons or charge carriers goes through that wire. What does it do? It heats up, it burns the insulated material on the wire, and it
uh,
breaks. It collapses. That's because the high current is passing through the wire, and the wire has resistance. Anything with resistance, when a current passes through it, gets hot. Everything. Every resistor, everything where a current has to pass through a material and there's resistance, it will get hot. Too much current will burn it. That's why the MOSFETs burn. It can't handle the electrical stress that you're putting on it. Now, it can vary because MOSFETs come in different sizes, different shapes, different channel widths, all that stuff. But there's always a physical limitation to how much that thing can handle. It cannot handle unlimited switching, like, I don't know, gigahertz switching. Like, there's a physical limitation to how fast you can turn that channel on and off, because when you're turning that channel on and off, what you're doing is you're moving charge carriers to the plate and away from the plate, to the plate and away from the plate. You know what that is? It's
uh.
charge carriers seeing a resistance. Once a charge carrier moves in any material, it's going to get hot if you pass too much current. So this is why these things burn. Now, either whoever's using what is his name, Limited, if he's consistently burning up his MOSFETs, he didn't design the system well. Because you should go back and do your calculations to figure out how big of that MOSFET do I have to make it in order for it to not burn. There's numbers for these you can crunch. But he also tells people don't go listening to anybody talking about the book and the science. Just go do the experiment. Well, that's why you keep burning up your equipment, sir. Go do the math. Do the calculations. You can find out, oh, I just need to double the size of that MOSFET and it won't burn. Perfect.
And for Frank said this. I don't know if you saw it. They say that the problem is if you show it, it gets stolen, which I don't mind so much, but I'm delaying that. So I think Frank means that he has also been able to achieve it, to achieve a
Oh,
free energy
is he
device.
saying that?
Yeah, he's afraid that if you show it, people will be able to steal it. He was asking in the comment section if people don't believe in wooden on Wycliffe Tower, if it did work or not. I don't know. Frank, do you feel like you want to jump on to talk? You don't have to show it. Just talking. It can be Frank. Yeah, you can click on the link and you come on. You tell us more about what you've done so far. But he's saying that he's afraid of showing it because people will steal it.
Well, you could patent it and sell it, right?
So
I
maybe,
mean,
maybe
if you have
no.
something that no one's ever created, like honestly, you wouldn't be on this YouTube channel talking to me or Chris or anybody like that. Like honestly, if there's a reason why, like somebody like the guy who runs Amazon, like he's not in certain spaces because like his money's somewhere else. If you're sitting on that much of an idea that no one has ever seen in science, you have a moneymaker. You will be the talk of the world. Like, what would stop you
What
from doing that?
what he said, like he said that scaling it is what could be the problem. Like if you try to have many people to have it is the problem, but if you're the only one who is using it, it's not really a problem. What do you think of that?
Which part? Which Travman or are you still talking
No,
Frank?
this one is from Travman. Travman, I was still talking about Frank, but Travman is saying that with graphene flux energy, you get more energy out than what goes in. It is in the microvolts, but you got to start somewhere.
How do you measure the device itself? You because you're using microvolts. That's obviously that's not energy. So I'm just wondering, how do you measure your energy? Like how are you doing your comparison?
So Frank is answering your question, saying that majority of patents already exist. I think he's trying to answer why he can't be able to patent his tech.
And Frank, don't feel like I'm attacking you because I'm not. I would pose these questions to anybody that would, be on the channel. I don't have any ill will towards you. I'm just trying to think it through as I go, as I'm reading these comments.
Frank, do you feel free to come on and say
Yeah,
something
yeah,
about
yeah.
what
Come
you
on
have?
up. Come on up,
Like
Frank.
what is it? Like a few minutes ago, we had Science and Innovation. He say that he has it was what a generator, gravity, gravity powered generator. So like
Power
what is
generator.
like your device is how does it work or which tech does it use? Is it water? Is it solar? Is it radio frequency?
I'll be back in like 1 minute, Chris. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Yeah, maybe when Chris comes back, he'll play the video, Travman. I'm at work. Thanks for the invite. I hear you, Frank. Can you
I
hear?
do. You can
Can
talk.
you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you.
my mic, you on. I did feel free to talk. Yeah, I'm at a new place. I didn't carry enough cables, so my mic went off.
Yeah, you gotta stop buying them cheap mics, man.
Man, but there's something Switch had ordered, so I should have considered a mic as well. I don't know, I forgot. You've reminded me.
And
I'll try
spend
to
some
get.
money on a good microphone.
Yeah, I have to do that by then.
I
I'll
paid
have to.
$35 for mine, and everybody said I sound like I'm yelling. So it must be working really well.
Yeah, don't say that you are yelling. Yeah,
Yeah.
is it a wireless?
No.
Oh, I usually have the other. I used to have the other one. I have it, but that one is bigger. The cable one. You remember back in the days when we used to talk, I never used to go away.
Right.
Yeah, that one. But now that one is bulky and I can't work with it when we go somewhere. It's too bulky. Usually there's these types, but there are better ones with better batteries. This one is Judy saying that I should get DJI. Hey, DJI is very expensive. Have you ever
What is expensive?
DJI microphone? There's a type of microphone.
How much are we talking?
DJI. DJI. DJI.
How much would it be in like US?
DJI microphone. Let me Google DJI microphone price. I don't. I think around. Is it around $150 or so?
Yeah, that's expensive.
That one is expensive. There's that one. There's another one for around 300. It's called ROD. That one is usually the best and DJI. But 15 is a lot, man. I think I'll try to find something for around 40, 50, forty,
US
50.
dollars?
Yeah, somewhere around that. I think it could be better.
Yeah, I paid like $35. Amazon.
She's saying that 200 is a lot. You're saying
Yeah,
that
I
you're
mean,
going
unless
away.
you're doing music or like maybe like having like a full up production studio type stuff, you probably don't need that that expensive of a microphone.
Yeah, 200 is a lot. 200 is a lot. But yeah, this one I got it, I think, for. Hey, this one was cheap. I think 10. 10? Yeah, should be around 10 or 15. 10 or $15.
Travman wanted to play a video.
Or 12 man had put up a video. Let me see as I go to. That's good. Don is saying that he's going away. And for Judy, this is the first time here, man. Thanks a lot for being around. Judy Travels posts travel content. If you want to watch travel content, you can follow Judy Travels. I think she posts travel content, and Scamchan usually posts scam content. In case you want to follow him, feel free to follow Scamchan as well. I know Scamchan and maybe Judy are the ones who are making content. Um, Yon, I saw you have like 100 subscribers, but you're saying that you're going away. I hope you come back. And also, I did, but nowadays he doesn't post anything. Though I do
Yeah,
also post
I do
something.
have a channel. I'm actually revamping, man. I lost my
Mm.
my avatar.
That's why you're not. Oh, that's why you're not using it anymore. I see. Like
Yeah, yeah.
the
So I
software you're
used to
using,
use
they shut down.
the software I use is from like 5 years ago. It was
It was.
called Lumi Live,
Mm,
and it was a free version, but it was really good when it came out. And then the company got bought out,
mm,
and their software it went unsupported. But if you actually go like to like Internet Archive, you can go get the old link to the software. It was still available if you know where to go to get it. And I was using it because it was
mm,
free. I never paid anything for it. But they turned the servers off or something because the app doesn't log in anymore. So I'm like, damn it. Now I got to go find a new avatar. So I'm working on one right now, trying to get back what I had, where the avatar would speak as I speak, but you don't need a camera. It was all audio based. Most people thought I was using cameras, and it wasn't. It was just all
Uh,
100% audio.
it's not like it was capturing your facial expressions and all that. Because I think
Yeah,
most
that's why it was really good. I thought I didn't see anything like that like 5 years ago. There wasn't a
mm,
lot of software that was doing that type stuff, but yeah. So now the servers are down, so I had to go find something else.
the video that Ravman is sharing, I've already seen it. Is
Yeah,
the
he was
video
saying
which
play it again.
he wants us to play it again?
I'm not sure why. I'm trying to look at the comments.
We had already played it.
Graphene flux energy. Play it again, Chris.
Okay.
Graphene flux energy.
Graphene, this potential. But if they come at us after us, let me play it
You
again.
do you have 5 minutes
Ravman,
left?
yeah.
Do you have 5 minutes left? Like how long is your stream?
I don't know. It is usually 6 hours, but
Okay.
yeah, I just see. You
I
you
thought it
say
was
that you want.
4.
No. Last time is just me who ended it up at 4 because at first because I was tired. He says that he wants you to hear it, but I thought you had already seen it. I don't know. But let me play it. You you can hear it, right? I'm going to play in.
Is a single
Yeah, I hear it.
Okay.
atomic plane of graphite. We've been studying a lot of different properties of graphene. And at one point we decided to make it freestanding. We figured out what was happening is the membrane is kind of shaking around. The atoms are shaking around and vibrating, but then every now and then this local, let's say convex section of the membrane would flip its curvature over and become concave. If we place a charge on that ripple and it moves suddenly near a grounded conducting electrode, charge will flow in that conducting electrode to basically to screen the charge that's moving toward it. If we had another electrode above it, when it flipped back, then the charge would flow, say in a circuit, up to this thing here. And the size of the samples that we look at are 10 microns by 10 microns, which is pretty small because about 20,000 of those could fit on the head of a pin. But one of these 10 micron by 10 micron areas could produce 10 microwatts of power continuously. So wouldn't that be great if you had this, powering your watch, for example? You would never have to replace the batteries. I like to think about the possibility of anyhow. Some people have, like, say, pacemakers or mechanical devices as bioimplants. And if you could have a power source that you didn't have to replace the battery for, it's basically a battery alternative. I guess that's the key thing. If you could have a battery alternative that you didn't have to go and replace it, imagine, all the things you could do.
Yep, that's it.
So graphene is...
It came out 7 years ago.
All right.
That's why.
So
Uh,
the first thing I have is he's speaking as if it is a battery.
uh,
I would challenge that because batteries store energy for later use for whatever usage you have. Even if it's a capacitor, you still store the energy to be used somewhere. That energy he's talking about, if it exists only by vibrating that membrane, if it's going up and down, what's causing that? Because that wherever that energy is that's causing that ripple, that's your source, not the membrane. This is what I said earlier about defining your system. You got to be
uh.
careful on where you draw the line of where your system exists. So I wouldn't consider this to be like something like a battery because it doesn't operate on its own. It needs some external perturbation. Like you got to shake it, or something has to make it move. And I'm not clear on what makes it move, because to me that would be the source of your energy, wherever that's coming from, that's causing that motion. Maybe Travman can help me. Where's that initial energy to make that membrane vibrate, go up and down, and is it consistent? As a parallel, it's like taking a speaker and tapping it once, and then putting like a voltmeter on the terminals. You'll get a voltage, yeah, yeah, because you moved something. You put energy into it by moving it. But unless you keep moving it, what is it? What do you do with that? Where's your source of energy? Now, that's where I'm lost. That's where I don't understand the statements.
Let me see if Trovman can explain more. You know, Trovman usually, I, uh, uh, I was saying he can join, but usually sometimes internet on his side. I don't know if he can join. But there's also Frank. Frank was back. Frank said that he's at work right now. That's why he can't join. But he said that he's sure Wycliffe. Why was it Wycliffe or Widencliffe Tower worked, but would not run many factory scale operation easily. So he said that the tower worked, but it will not run factory. I think it comes back to what he was saying, that he has made his own working free energy device, but he can only use it to power his home. He doesn't want to share with other people. It was
That
Wardenclyffe. I
that
think he's
defeats
talking
the
about,
purpose of being on the internet, doesn't it?
yeah. If he did something like that, it can make him like very rich. Ooh, ooh.
His children's children would never have to work.
Kamchan is saying that not at all. Kamchan, what are you talking about? Not at all. I think he's replying to something that I did said. But you, Kamchan, you can follow. You can follow Judy Travels. Judy Travels can follow you. Also, ID. And we have someone new today called Brian Darcy. He says that absolutely it's possible. Chop chop, motherfuckers. Whoop whoop. Yo,
What?
Brian. Yo, Brian. How are you doing? Feel free to. Thanks a lot for coming around today, and feel free to subscribe. That is, and y- your your Dust Live is back, saying that motion. No, we did not talk about motion. But what do you think about what Brian Das is saying? They say that absolutely possible. Chop chop,
Which part?
motherfuckers. I think he's talking about the title of the video of this live
Oh,
stream.
limitless energy.
Yeah, if limitless energy is possible, he's saying that
What
it
is
is
what is
possible.
what is the source of limitless energy?
Brian Darcy, what source? What is your source? Oh, you remember the question that I did ask about where the energy was coming from? He said
Hmm.
radiant energy or vacuum. Vacuum energy is usually quoted by most people. Do you maybe know more about it? I
Like from
personally I don't know
space?
about. Yeah, they mean like the space around us. Like there's a lot of energy around us that we don't use. So
Are you talking about like energy from space, or are you talking about like heat from the sun that we get and we don't use? That's all around us. Which part?
I think it's it from the sun that we get but we don't use. Let me just Google what do they mean by vacuum. What is vacuum energy? But like my question to him was like, the Bedini coil, yeah? You have two setups of two batteries. Battery A is once you start running the motor, battery A is connected to it, I think, to help continue run it continuously. And then you have battery B. But now, usually, what you put into battery B is not what you get from what you are transferring from battery A. What you put from in battery B is what you get energy from, what they say that vacuum energy.
What is it called?
Vacuum energy.
No, you said battery A, battery B.
Oh, I was talking about the Bedini system, which is more like what the guy the video of limitless potential, what it was showing. Yeah,
Okay.
you have a rotor. I thought you watched the video.
I did not. I didn't see. I was in and out earlier. I was actually in the
Oh,
car. So I was
so
listening in
basically,
as much as I could.
you have a router, and you connect it to, you have two battery system. Uh, one battery system, one line is supplying power to the rotor, but now you
Yeah.
have to begin spinning the rotor with your own hand. Once it begins spinning, it has a magnet. The rotor has some magnet on it, and something they call a bifilar coil. So the bifilar coil is supposed to trigger some sort of current when now you begin rotating the rotor on your own. So it will trigger some current, and they say that between the coil and the current, again you have MOSFETs. They use MOSFETs. So once you switch on, you have to switch on and off MOSFETs at a very high rate, and in that process you'll be able to generate now more current. But now, according to their system, they say that uh you don't what you're charging battery B with is not what you're getting from battery A, but what you get from vacuum energy. So from googling what vacuum energy is, it says that is a concept from quantum field theory, where seemingly empty space is actually filled with non-zero background energy or zero point energy that arises from quantum fluctuations. I think something to do with quantum physics.
Yeah, but we're talking about the vacuum though, right? So we're talking about space.
Mm.
So energy from space?
Yeah, usually that is what let me try to play the video again from Limitless Potential. I thought you had seen. I thought you know something about how the Bedini stuff works.
No, I only saw him jump on the panel. I didn't um see any of
So,
his videos.
like, what he's trying to develop is not something of his own. There's a guy who's called Bedini who came up with the concept.
Hmm.
So, for him, he's just trying to experiment on it to try and show. He says that there's another paper which shows how if you put it up, it can be able to work. So basically, that's what he's trying to do on his side. So he's just trying to experiment following the paper of that guy to see if it is possible or not. But let me play it with caution. I don't know if he'll be able to clip me or not, but because he was here, I think he can be lenient.
Yeah.
Because someone comes and maybe you criticize him, he feels like, man, this guy, what is he doing? Let me. But I think you can hear it. The most important thing is you can hear.
Yeah.
realm. So these devices are based off of this little guy over here, which is a Bedini motor. There's two batteries. One runs the system, puts a pulse of energy into the coil, which causes this mechanical motion in the rotor. And then when the energy collapses out of the coil, we recycle it in the second battery.
So I think
Now
you've heard that.
that right there, when he goes from electrical to to mechanical,
Mm,
right? Because from electrical, the battery, going to a
mm,
motor, right? Then the motor's taking the electrical, converting that to a mechanical by turning a rotor.
mm,
Then that has magnets on it. So that motion on the magnets, so that energy, that rotating energy is converted to magnetic.
yeah.
And then he's converting it back to electrical to capture it. Every time you convert that energy, you lose some.
Mm,
So there's no way this could run on its own forever, because every time you convert, you lose percentages. I mean, sometimes you can lose half the energy every time it goes through this full loop. Sometimes you'll lose like 80% of the energy, depending on the system. So the moment you convert, you already lost. So it eliminates any perpetual anything once you convert. Unless you know a conversion that's over unity,
Mm.
this doesn't work. Somewhere in there would have to be a conversion where you get more energy than what you started with in order to balance this out. Otherwise, yeah, you got another battery running, or it's doing something that you don't know it's doing. You think it looks like it's running itself. It's like it's going to run forever. No, I guarantee you that thing will burn out. It'll run out. It'll run out. It will run out. And I don't know why so many conversions. That's a lot.
So
Good luck with
you
that.
understand? Yeah. Let me
Sorry, go
continue
ahead.
playing. I was just about to read a comment of Yoni saying that it's not over unity for him, but he loves the learning and efficiencies. But anyways, the guy usually teaches people some important physics stuff as well. Even in this video, he'll teach about resistance, which wire you're supposed to use. So, but yeah, let
Yeah,
me continue
I would
playing it.
love to know which part of the system that he has that's creating more energy to keep it going. That's where I'm curious.
So this is the one now. Uh,
So that's what we're doing. Let me show you this machine running. So the last time I left off, we had it on a power supply. Now we've stepped it up, so we've got.
so you see again, he has two sets of batteries. There's this one which are supplying power. Then what he gets from it, he recharges this ones on the other line.
One of the batteries running, one of the batteries charging. We're still just running it on a single 12-volt battery with a single coil, and I'll show you why here in a second. We are going to turn on our system. So we've got a nice kill switch. You can see all of our lights on our circuit board. On our first one are engaged. The lights for the DC to DC converters are engaged up there. Nothing's moving at this point. There's 8 little switches down here. You have to turn them on in order for the machine to work. Each one controls one of the coils or one of the circuitry. I'm gonna start spinning it first. You can see we've got our light flashing indicating that this sensor here is allowing energy to flow. This sensor here is what controls the switches being on or off. I'm gonna give the machine a little spin, and then we're gonna go in and we are going to turn on one of the circuits. We have a single wire now powering this device. So one of the 8 coils. Inside this coil there's 8 wires, so 8 coils. One of those coils is on. Now we're gonna turn on a second one. So we've got 2 coils on. I've gone through 4 of these optic sensors so far. We're burning them out. I'm gonna explain to you why we're burning them out here in a second. We've run into a little issue, and it basically I've got 3 coils on now, so we're gonna leave this machine running with 3 coils. It's running at about 70 RPM at the moment. It'll stay somewhere between 80 and 100 RPM. But that's the machine running. I am not going to run it any more than that at the moment. I don't know if you can see this scope
Pause
here,
for a
but
second.
basically,
Yeah.
I think a telltale thing that just happened, it was very subtle. He spun it again. When he spun it that second time,
Mm.
that means he either was slowing down. He had to have
Oh,
noticed it. Like there was no reason to spin it the second time, right? Once he did it the first time, it should just run. But the
yeah,
fact
it
that he
should
had
go
to
that.
spin it again, it must have been slowing down. Now, the way that flywheel, it has probably all of its weight on the edges. That's why it's spinning so long. But weight distribution, you can have that thing spin for quite a while. The
Mm.
fact that he spun it that second time, that's energy. That's energy that he's now converting to electrical to go into those batteries. That's the energy. That's his source. If that makes sense.
Yeah, Frank is saying that it can't create the so-called energy. So you're saying that by the way, that is also the energy that you're putting in mechanical. That is.
Yep. Yep. He put it in and he had to do it again within 2 minutes. So that means that system's going to shut off, which means it's not going to run on its own. Its moment of inertia with that heavy flywheel, the way it's spinning, if you remove all them contraptions and all of that stuff, like it'll spin probably for a long while. I mean, but you can design wheels to spin
I
that
think
way if with
I
very
think the
little friction.
magnets I think the magnets, the way the magnets work, they're supposed to induce some more force and make it spin a little longer.
Then why
Which
spin it a second time?
so so I don't know, but I think he said that he was increasing frequency RPMs, yeah. So I think he was increasing RPMs, but anyways, it means because of friction, there will be friction slowing it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, so because friction is slowing down, I think now the part of the magnet is just to, in a more, it's like it is introducing in some new force which helps to counter the friction, but it will not increase the speed, or I think it will not increase the speed or lower the speed. What you start with is it will not increase the speed, but speed might reduce with time due to frequency. But what you begin with, it is what you go with all the way. So I think he was trying to increase RPMs. I don't know. Or what do you think?
I thought that was an obvious tell that
Like
you
the
need to
coil,
put more
yeah,
energy in.
yeah. What Scamchan is saying, like the coil can't increase the rotations, the RPM. So for him, in order to increase, he has to put in more force. That is, but yeah, you're introducing in a different external force.
Yeah. That means you're feeding the system more energy. I thought the point was that it creates energy. So why do we got to keep feeding it?
So I think it creates energy the way it continues. Let me play it more.
See these little yellow spikes coming off the bottom of this? This is the DC power supply voltage. So this optic sensor takes 5 volts going into it. This is a constant 5 volts basically here, this line, but all of these spikes are upwards of 20 to 30 volt spikes. That's not good. Those spikes are happening because of the MOSFETs switching, okay? So they switch so fast, and we have some of the circuitry within close proximity to one another, that there's a interference happening. And basically when I put too many circuits on, if I go up to 4 or 5 circuits, this optic sensor will burn out and a poof of smoke comes out. So we're going to fix that in the future. That's one of the first things we've encountered. But again, you're just learning. There's no such thing as failures unless you give up. It's only learning, right? Failures are good. They teach you. So anyways, this machine is looking quite fabulous. We're going to have 4 circuit boards mounted here very soon. I've wound more coils. You can see we have another coil ready to go here. I'm going to show you guys some footage of me winding the coils a little later at the end of the video. Seriously, I put in 10 hours of coil winding in the last 10 days here. So a lot of coil winding, but we've got everything needed to produce another six coils total. So we're going to get to that. But the battery banks are looking amazing. I went with solid copper bus bar to connect everything, just lower resistance, and it looks a lot better. And we're going to mount this clear acrylic just to cover it, so you kind of safes everything out. So we do the timing module longer channel. So this small longer. Okay, let's talk about longer. Okay, let's talk the large.
You think it ends from that point? Going forward, it's just trying to explain some more concepts of physics.
Yeah. Yeah, huh. The claims are they sound great. Yeah, I just don't it's not that I don't think. I know it's not doing what he's saying it's doing as far as let me back up. Let me back up. Is the expectation that this system will continuously run? Like the spinning will continuously go, the batteries will just bounce back and forth energy between the two. Like, is that the goal?
Like the goal is, I think, when you have the high switching of MOSFETs, the goal is to produce those high spikes that he's talking about, that you can capture them and I think convert them to energy. I don't know. But I'd
But
seen a
aren't they because of the coils, not the MOSFETs? It's because of the coils.
yeah.
The energy's coming from the back EMF comes from the coil. It does not come from the MOSFET. The switching on and off is just that. It's just turning it on and off. But the collapsing of a magnetic field to create a back EMF, to reverse the polarity on that inductor or that coil, that's the coil, not the MOSFET. And
Let
I know certain people say it's because of the switching. No, it's because of the breakdown of the magnetic field in that coil. But that magnetic field was able to be developed because you put current in, you put energy in when the switch was on. And then when you turned it off, the energy came out, back EMF. I'm still lost on
Roman is
capturing that energy. I'm
let
still
me let,
lost on that.
let me share this one. This is how I was trying to read it, but I said let me just do this so that
Yeah,
you see. This is how it explains how the thing works. It's called Bedini. I hope you can see the screen. Yeah?
I see it. I see it.
So this is step by step on how the Bedini uh stuff works. So the first one, it says that you have a rotor which you saw. It has several magnets on it. Ah, let me just go to the steps. The operational cycle is as follows. So the rotor is given an initial spin, which it does by the hand.
Hmm.
Then, because it has magnets, so as magnets on the rotor approaches the bifilar, you saw the coil. You say that he has 8 of them. It it induces a small current in the trigger coil. Yeah,
Yeah, induced current. That's fine.
this small current activates the transistor, which acts like a switch, allowing a large current to flow from the primary battery through to the power coil. For his case, he's using MOSFETs here. I think you heard him
Okay.
mentioning.
So the battery, the primary battery, is passing energy to the coil.
Yeah.
We're in agreement there, right? That's the initial energy. So now you got battery energy, electrical energy going transferred over to the power coil, as I said earlier, when the MOSFET is turned on, when the switch is on. So go ahead, continue.
The power coil becomes an electromagnet that repels the magnet on the rotor, giving it a push and keeping the spinning. So that way you understand. Like what I think I even said so. And not I discount like it won't increase the RPM, but it can keep the current RPM going for a while until maybe the battery runs
So
lower.
now follow me from the beginning. We have a
Yeah,
flywheel, we spin it, we put
yeah,
energy in, mechanical energy, putting it into the wheel. We spin
yeah,
it. That
mm,
spin moves a magnet, which interacts or induces current in another I mean, not magnet. Yeah, a magnet that induces a current in a coil,
mm,
right? So we went from mechanical to magnetic
mm,
to electrical. Now
yeah.
that electrical, what is it coming from the battery? How does it come back? What was it giving it a push? Where does that happen? I guess that's where I'm lost. Power
So
coil
you
becomes an electromagnet. You were just reading it.
Yeah, the power
Yeah.
coil becomes an electromagnet that repels. So the power coil, like you remember where we had the small current, where we had a rotor, yeah, it has a
Hmm.
magnet on it and a coil. So when you have a rotor being spin that has some magnets and it passes through the coil, it's the same way like how we generate electricity. Yeah, you'll be able to activate some current.
Hmm.
That one is okay. Yeah. So you activate some current. Now, once you activate that current, it goes through the it like that small current is what activates the transistor, which will allow now the current, which is large current now from the battery to flow
Well,
through.
we have a
Yeah.
problem
Yeah.
if we're talking about a MOSFET. Are we talking MOSFETs here?
So for them, I think they're talking. I don't know the point where they introduce a MOSFET. I don't know the point, but for now, this is the explanation of AI. It talks about this is the original Bedini, how the system was developed by Bedini, original and primary one.
Well, here's the reason why I said this. You got to be careful with AI because it may
Mm.
say some things that contradict. If we're talking MOSFETs, a current will not turn on a MOSFET.
Yeah, I think this one is talking about transistor, but for him at some
Now,
point he was talking.
if it's talking about a transistor, yeah, we can have an NPN device instead of a MOSFET. But that's why I want to be clear. What are we talking about? A MOSFET? Because if we're talking about a MOSFET and you're feeding it a current, it's not going to do anything. It turns on
Let,
with a voltage. So these are little details that you can easily miss if you just kind of like accept just the term transistor. There's a bunch of transistors. What are we talking? Which one are we talking about? If you're talking switching and turning on a current to connect the battery to a primary coil, that sounds like a MOSFET. A
mm,
MOSFET is what you use to pass like high current through like from A to B, from source to drain.
you see,
That's
I think
typically where you use MOSFETs, but the language here is off.
I think I think this first case is using you use a MOS transistor when now you're like the transistor from because it's that small current which is activating the switch to allow the current from the battery to flow. But what now you'll get in like what you get from the spikes now is where you will use now MOSFET. I think when now you're taking it from the flywheel the battery now to the battery where you're going to store it. I think I'm not sure, but I think so.
Okay, keep going. You can keep going.
So we had gotten to this point where the small current activates the transistor, which acts as a switch allowing large current to flow from the battery to flow to the power coil. Yeah. To that point now it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now because you have now a large you have now large power coming into the coil, it means remember I said that you have a number of coils together. Like he said 8 of them. In a way it creates something like an electromagnet.
Okay.
I think you know the stuff to do with the electromagnetic. Like I think you do with the
Mm-hmm.
coils that is. So it creates something like an electromagnet, which I think now when you have positive, they will repel each other. Negative will repel each other
Mm-hmm.
and make the rotor to spin. Although Trofman is saying that he must have a third battery which is rotating the rotor. I don't know.
Well,
Trofman said that.
wait. So I guess the only problem I have here is it repels the magnet on the rotor.
Yeah, the rotor
So
has its own magnets as well.
if it repels the magnet, wouldn't it slow it down as that magnet is coming before it even passes that rotor magnet? It'll slow it down. It's not going to push it. You got to get through that zone of equilibrium first. Like it
Mm.
doesn't just push. Yeah, that's confusing. I'm not sure how this is worded. I don't know if this is worded properly. This is a little confusing, but keep going because somebody out there may understand what they're saying.
So we're done with a push. As the magnet moves past the coil, the current in the trigger coil ceases. It stops. That is turning the transistor off. Um, this abrupt stop in current to power coil causes the coil's magnetic field to collapse. This collapse induces a high voltage spike in the coil. So it says that this high voltage spike, often called back EMF, is captured and directed through a diode to charge the secondary battery.
That spike is only a fraction of the energy you put in. It's a fraction. Nowhere near where you put it, the amount of energy you put in. This is confusing. I don't know why. I don't see the purpose. I like the initial setup. It's not making much sense. Maybe AI just didn't do a good job explaining it.
The Bedini coil, yeah. But they, but I think it is what he was doing. Anyways, it was what he was explaining. Another person who had seen it a lot is Dr. Elie. He had tried to find a paper regarding to the exact Bedini coil, the Bedini concept. He went through the paper, so that's why I think he had some tough questions on him.
Yeah, I would love to see a paper. I'd like to kind of break it down.
Frank said that so a huge key to understand energies, yes, it is the ability to do work. This is only description, not a definition. No one has defined it. Mhm. So Trapman is saying that it switches on an electromagnetic coil to push the magnet on the rotor using the optic sensor. I think he also has an optic sensor in it.
Yeah, I guess if timed properly, you can have it where it's pushing at the right time. Yeah, I
Mhm.
agree, Scam Chan. You that's possible.
So maybe once you give it, if it has an optic sensor, he puts this, if you give it the spin, it will continue rotating it for a while until you run out of the charge from the primary battery.
So we're taking a battery and we're going to attempt to charge another battery.
Yeah, basically that is it. But now, when you ask someone who's talking about Bedini, you ask him them like, where are you getting the energy that you're using to charge now the secondary battery? They won't say that it is from the primary one. They'll say that it's from that one vacuum energy, like from.
Mm, that's the only way you're going to be able to call it free energy, right? Otherwise, it's not because you have it in a battery. I'm already I've said this before. The idea of charging a battery with a battery, it doesn't make any practical sense because why are
Mm.
you charging the battery when you already have one that's full? You're draining one to create something that you already have to begin with. It's a loss. It doesn't make sense to do that. So maybe in some testing scenarios where you're trying to see if the system's doing what you think it's doing, I get that. But the concept of charging a battery with another battery, it doesn't buy you anything. It doesn't give you anything extra. There's no added benefit to it. Just use the initial battery. Just use that one, the one that's charged. The one that's not charged, okay, you find out how to charge it by other means. That's great. But to use another battery, that makes no sense. Yeah, yeah, another battery. Um, Yonda's life, another battery.
And Yonda's life is saying that the primary battery doesn't need to be lead acid. Um, Trovman is saying something here. Let me get it. It's using two batteries to charge one battery. The first battery is the lead acid battery to push the second flywheel battery. Oh, so according to Travman, like what he was saying, He's saying that he has a secondary battery now, which is running the flywheel, and there's no way it's running on electromagnetic spec, like on the electromagnet of the coil.
But this is what makes the whole concept of free energy appealing. If you have solar, right,
Mm,
and you don't have to work for solar, you don't have to do anything for it to come to Earth. It just every day, depending on where you are, but you get sunlight. It just comes into and it heats up things, and it's just energy, just an abundance of energy all around you. You convert that energy
mm,
to electrical and then store it. Now, taking solar through a solar panel, solar energy through a solar panel, converting to electrical, putting it through a charge controller to properly charge a battery. You just stored energy that would have otherwise dissipated. That's free energy. That's a benefit. That's a plus. But if you are trying to use a battery to be the source, why not just use the battery instead of charging another? There's no purpose. It's not free energy anymore. It's not free because it's in a battery that you got sitting right next to it. Like you can't. There's no benefit. I don't care if the claim is, oh, I want to run. I get to charge my batteries at night. Well, do you know in a solar system, when you set up solar panels on your roof, the idea is to have the batteries working at night and charging through the day. Working at night by providing, charging through the day as the sun is up. So that's the purpose. You want to now make that battery charge when it should be working. You shouldn't be charging batteries at night. What is that going to do for you? The charging happens when free energy is available. But once free energy is no longer available, that nighttime energy is going to cost you because you got to find a source like another battery. Then you're just wasting energy you already captured in the battery. There's no practical reason to do that. I and I guess I'll answer this one too for Scam Chan. Now, if you can get to charge two batteries to full from one, again, if you have the energy to in one battery to
mm,
charge two batteries at full capacity, that means you already had the energy. You just transferred it from one battery to two batteries, but you still already had it. But now you're going to lose some because you converted it. You went through all the conversion to charge those new batteries. It doesn't buy you anything to be able to charge at night. That's when the battery is supposed to do its thing. That's when it's most useful. When free energy is no longer available. That's when it's the best. But to put it in charge mode, you're taking it offline. So now you're going to be charging your batteries at night. What's running your house? The grid. Now you're taking more energy from you're paying more money for energy now because you took your batteries out of the system. They're charging now. You can't charge and discharge. You can, but I mean it's not no with the right PPT controller, it's either charging or discharging. So I don't there's no real point. There's no real point. There's no practical point other than proving that some system works. Other than that, I don't see any practical reason to do it. Um, I don't know. Sorry, I'm rambling. I'm trying to talk it into like, is there something I'm missing here? Tell me why should I care to charge a battery when it
mm.
should be working for me at that moment? This battery should be on the job. This battery should be putting in work at this very moment. Why would I take it offline? and then charge it up. Charge it up to do what? By tomorrow morning, the sun's going to be out. Where are you going to put that energy? Because that energy is coming in now to charge batteries. But I don't get it. I don't get it. Help me out, Chris. Help me out.
Ah, I think some of these things maybe people just experiment with them to try and find out what is happening, or some maybe to, I don't know, or some maybe something that's someone just believes, this is true, it can happen this way, and they don't really measure. Because for most people, when you tell them to measure, like, why can't you just maybe try to measure so that we find the power of now this, like, what you take it to the second unit now, and it becomes a problem. They can't be able to do it at the moment, or they will disappear, or they get it, but it will be very tiny, the current that is. Because it's flat for doing work.
Yeah, but it should only be doing work during the night, right? Like isn't that the reason why you would have batteries on a solar system? To do work when the sun's not available. That's when you want that thing at full capacity, ready to power your house, your appliances. That's when you want that battery to put in work when the sun goes down. Sun goes down, you want to take it offline to go charge it with another battery. So now this source battery is going to recharge this other battery plus help out trying to run the house, trying to help with the electrical system during the night. Is that the purpose? You're going to have like a ton of batteries working for no reason at night. So, yeah. Yeah, I think it removes the whole purpose of even having batteries. I have a solar system. I have one on my house. I don't have batteries because in my area they pay you for energy that you put out more than what you need. I don't use how much do I use? My system's like a 10 kilowatt hour system, or 11 kilowatt hour system, like 26 panels. It's a big deal. But I put out so much power that it runs the house and puts back into the grid when the sun's out. Like I double the amount of energy that I use. I use the solar panels pick up twice that amount. So half of that energy runs my house, the other half gets sent back to the electrical company, and then they pay me for that over energy. Like anything that I give over, they give it back to me in credit. So I don't need to store the energy. It's getting collected and given out to the people on the grid, right? And I don't need batteries to collect it because I get a credit for the energy that I overproduced. So when I'm running
Mm,
at night,
mm,
I get credit for like half of the day because I gave twice the amount with the solar panels. But it was designed to be that. I wanted it to be twice as much energy as I use. So that way it'll be a wash. It'll be, whatever the sun's putting out, it can cover me during the day and the night on average. It'll cover all the energy I have in 24 hours. Yeah, ID over Unity. That's funny, Scam Chat. Um, I am over Unity. Yeah.
yeah, but I'm saying, because flat resonance either, or this one shared the link. Judy shared the link. If you're able to follow, just click on the link and follow Judy on her side travels. Bedini repaired the batteries. More travels. Oh, I think Scamchan is talking about the link, yeah. But I think it's nice. So you mean like your extra power you put it back to the grid and you get paid for it, or you're given what you're saying credits.
Yeah. So if my house, let's say, um, just to make the numbers simple, if I use 5,000 kilowatts and my panels produce 10, that
Mm,
means I use the 5,000 kilowatts. Um, I use the 5,000 kilowatts during the day, and then at night I'm running full grid, but I have a
mm,
credit because I put more energy in back into the grid because I overshot it. I collected more energy from the sun than I used. So
mm,
anything I overshoot, anything that it's the balance. It's called net metering or something they call it. It's the overall net. Like whatever you got coming in from the grid plus
mm,
whatever you got coming in to solar. If you produce more energy from the solar than what you pulled from the grid, you get a credit.
mm,
So even though I'm running at night and there's no sun, I
mm,
already banked up some energy from the day because I overshot it. I got more energy in coming in from the solar panels. So I don't need to store the energy. It was designed to be that. I didn't want batteries because batteries are like ridiculously expensive for this kind of system. So I didn't want to do the batteries. And the only way to eliminate needing them is if I get credit for panels to overproduce. So I designed it to overproduce.
mm.
So yeah. And I work from home, so I use a lot of energy during the day. I mean, it's my work day. So I use a lot of energy during the day because if I shut down everything before the sun goes down, now my house is not drawing a lot of energy, but I already banked up a lot of energy during the day. I banked up twice as much as I used during the day. On average, it comes out to be that. And it's even more effective during the summertime. Summertime, yeah, I be killing it. It's a lot of energy coming in during the summertime.
Because
Wintertime, it's not as much, but it's still overall, like during the year, like I peak right around the summertime, and then like
mm.
wintertime, it drops a little. But on average, it averages out. It averages out. But I designed it to be that. That's the way I wanted it to be. I didn't want batteries. Batteries would have probably doubled the price of the system. So I put all the money into the panels. I put all the
Trovman is
money
also
into
saying
the panels.
Trovman is
But
also saying that he has solar panels. Even Yon has, but for like 300 amp hours. Battery is only like 300 amp hours. Trovman is saying that they have solar panels in two different solar systems. So, but I think your setup is nice. That way, it means what you pay at the end of the month, what you pay for electricity can be very low because,
overall,
yeah,
overall, yeah, because you still pay for the energy that you took out of the system, right?
and
But
also low
then
in.
they give you credit on your bill. So they charge you for all the energy you pulled, but then
Mm,
there's a credit for all the energy that you gave back to the system.
uh,
And it's only worth it if they pay you the same amount for the energy that you paid for. Like let's say 1 kilowatt hour has a certain price. As long as when you got credit for it, you get back what you paid for that kilowatt hour. That's the only way it's going to be like a wash, like it's going to balance itself out. Some systems, some places in the US, they charge you a higher rate for your kilowatt hour. Then when you give it back to them, they'll only pay a fraction of what you paid. So you're losing. There is
uh,
no one to one. You're going to lose that deal. But you can still design the system to overshoot enough to kind of balance that out too.
Scam,
But
Scam,
yeah.
Scam Chan should be listening to you. because I think Scamchan is usually in the same state as you. So I don't know if he
I don't
has
know where
solar.
Scam Chan is.
He
He's
also
in the
uses,
U.S., right?
yeah, I think same state as you.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah,
know if he uses
yeah,
solar.
yeah. I love I love the idea of having like not pay a lot of money. I mean, you're gonna pay money for the system, right? When you first buy the system, you got to pay for the system,
Mm,
right? But once it's paid off, which probably be paid off. Like in total, it probably take like 5, 6 years to like fully pay it off. But once it's fully paid off, then you could actually have a surplus. Um, it won't be off grid because during the day you're still pulling from the grid. You get credit on the back end, so you're taking energy only to give it back. So you're not technically off the grid. You're still using the electrical grid. It's just that you're giving back to where they cut you a discount or a check. I think they used to cut checks. They used to cut checks. Like if you had a surplus, every 3 months they'll send you a check back. But now they do it where it's all overall.
credit.
Like, hey, credits. Yeah, I'd rather have the credits because it's easier to track.
Mm. Someone is saying that I have one solar system for my entertainment center in my room, width of 300 amps hours, and I have a secondary solar system with 200 amp hours for my e-bike charging system. Oh, so he uses to charge. He has an e-bike. I think
Mm,
an e-bike. I think is cool. How long? What is the range of your e-bike, Ravman? Do you think you will build a special battery for it in the future or in the near future? Because you have some nice ideas. You're saying that not just for backup, small off grid, and or for so for you only uses it for fridge and freezer.
mm.
I think it helps him on fridge
I've
and
heard people
freezer.
do that. I've heard people use it for like someone was actually asking about using it for I think a hot tub or something. They were a jacuzzi or something
To
like
be powered by the
summertime.
solar. Oh,
Yeah, yeah. I was like, oh, that's different. Obviously, you don't need like huge panels for like those smaller things, but when you're talking about the house, um, yeah. I don't have an electrical car, so I didn't need a reason to have hookups for that. I don't plan on getting an electrical car. I
it
don't
says
think
that
there's
it gets
any.
10 miles per charge. That one is so short, yeah? Or is it okay?
10 miles, yeah, you'll eat that up quick.
That's like how many kilometers? Around 20 or 22. That's short. Anyways, it can take you
Well,
back to the
you
shop and back.
then that means you better wherever you're going better be 5 miles away from your house or less.
Yeah, just to be close.
Because you need 5 to get there and 5 to get back.
Unless you're sure where you're going, you're going to find a
Maybe you could
charger.
charge when you get there.
Yeah.
I've never
But
used
then,
one of those charging stations.
for you, you use a gas one. Yours,
Yeah, I have gas cars. I have 3 gas cars. I don't use I've never used I don't have an interest in the electrical cars.
what about like an e-bike? Like it could be an e-bike or, but I
I don't
understand
live
e-bike.
in the city.
I think e-bikes you can cycle them. I think you can. I think you can cycle them manually.
Yeah, I don't live in the city, so I'm not like really close to stuff.
Or that's why
Oh,
you have to have something reliable that can take you longer distance.
yeah. Yeah, most of the places I go to, I gotta get on the highway.
Yep, I paid the great lots. Good point. Cheers. I think maybe Yon is also from the US.
Yeah,
Yes. Look,
in order to be off grid, I mean, one, like look at like whatever your worst case
Mm.
energy draw is on your house, whatever time of the year it is. So mine probably summertime because I have like you have air conditioning running, you have like if I weren't home, no one was in the house, then I wouldn't need to be running AC, it wouldn't electricity, running, laptops and screens and all of that. I wouldn't need all of that. But
Mm.
during the summertime I burn a lot. So that's why I had to make sure I can at least double my worst case, which is summertime. Wintertime, you're not burning as much electrical. That's when the heat
Oh, you're only saying that is from Australia. Australia is indeed morning that side.
ah,
Mm. Australia it must be morning by the today is what time is it today that side? It's Sunday. Today is Saturday on your side. I,
Saturday.
so on Australia it is I think Sunday morning about 5. It could be 5 or 10. I think 5 a.m. or 6 a.m.
Yeah, I've never used the e-bike before, so
It
I
says
don't
that
have
it's
a
5. It says that it's 5 miles. 5 miles to where I usually goes and 5 miles back. And Scamchan say that he's not sure if you and him are from the same state. I think you and him are from the same state, anyways. But maybe you guys don't want to do other things off ground. But I think you and him, basing on because I know your time, that is. Although, wait, I did like if someone is from like say the EST time, Central, what does it mean? Like, is it each state with a single time, or it could be like several states?
well, there's 4 time zones
Or
from east to
four,
west.
four time zones for 50 something states. I see.
Yeah, it's from east to west. So from the east coast to west coast, there's 4 time zones. So right now, what is it? Like it's almost 7:30 p.m. on the east coast. So it should be like 3:30 on the west coast.
3:30,
Yeah.
man. It's like 2:30 at 2:30 a.m. I'm thinking of going to bed. So you're only saying that he has a e-bike also. I don't know what is the range of his bike. Say that is 9:30 a.m. in Australia.
Let me make sure I
Mm.
have it.
Trauman say that yes, I got about 5 miles and into town and then I have 5 miles home. Man, but
Three
I haven't
3 hours. Sorry, 3 hours. 3 hour difference.
3 hour difference between east coast and west coast.
Yeah, right now on the west coast it's 4:30 p.m. Yep, and
4:30.
east coast is 7:30. So yeah.
It's 7:30. You're supposed to be having dinner. What time do you have dinner? ID. Trauman say the central time is 6:25.
Yeah, west coast is 4:30. 4:26 or whatever.
You're supposed to be having dinner. What time do you have dinner, man?
Probably would have had it if I wasn't online.
uh, but
Yeah,
it's
we
okay.
were running a little late.
I think it's okay. Let me also finish up and because on my side is 2:30 a.m. 20 to
Are
25.
you are
This one,
you work like you go away for work, right? Like do you daily commute or is that like do you have to get up in the morning?
no, 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 no. Tomorrow is Sunday.
Okay, so you have the day off tomorrow.
Uh,
Okay.
Sunday I sleep. Sunday
Okay.
is resting, but we haven't started yet. We'll start on Monday.
Okay.
Mm, so you're only saying that his bike is also 20 to 25 kilometers, which is just the same range as what the other guy Travman has. So I think most e-bikes, that's their range. E-bikes are very small batteries. I don't know if you've ever seen them, ID.
Yeah,
They usually have
I've
a
seen
small,
them. I've never used them. I've seen them though.
yeah, they usually have a
But
very
it's
small
usually like
battery.
it's in for like so I'm not in the country, but I'm more like county type, suburb type area. Like it's pretty spaced out. So it's not when you get to like like really dense cities, you
Mm.
start seeing those like e-bikes that they have like all across the city. You could pay to just get on and ride, and they got them all across the city. I've seen them, and people use them all the time who live in like the city area. 'Cause everything they need to get to is within 5 miles, maybe 10 at the most. But for
Mm.
me, I'm a little more spread out, so I gotta get in the car for everywhere I gotta go.
Or ID, you don't know. It could be you don't know how to ride a bike.
I have a bike. I ride a bike.
uh,
It's for fun though. It's not for it's not to get around like the stores and stuff. It's when I decide to ride a bike, with the wife and kid.
so I think the e-bike one is they put a small battery on it, so don't want it to be heavy. So in case it runs out of charge, you can still just ride it like a bike.
Hey, why don't them free energy people put a MOSFET on there so they can get unlimited energy and they can drive more than 5 miles? Wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah, I think there's a friend of Lloyd's. He was saying he has a bike. He was saying that that's what he wants to try and do it. Even for T Supersonic. For T Supersonic, though, he went away. He was here today. Yeah, he said
Yeah.
that he did not know that we have a different channel, but he was here today. And you remember he was saying that he was building a robot.
hmm
I don't know if you recall.
He's made a couple claims. I remember him saying some things.
Yeah, I said that he was putting up a robot, and he wanted to use, if he can find such technology, to use it on the battery of as the battery of the robot. Also for robots, they're struggling with range or runtime. Only about 2 hours, 3 hours runs out of charge.
Hmm.
So he was also trying to experiment if he can find a new battery tech that he can be able to use on his robot. Last time, he said that it was just skeleton. He can't be able to share it. So I hope he'll be able to share more. Maybe in the future. I say that once it looks like it's ready to share, he will share with people.
I don't know. He refuses to tell his buddy how much he doesn't know. Honestly, I've heard Scam Chan say some contradictory things to Lloyd that I always ask him like, why don't you tell him that? Why don't you if you feel like the information you're getting is not what it should be, why don't you say something? Like that's the whole that's science. That's science. If it's not giving me what you told me it was supposed to give me, let's figure
Mm.
it out. Let's figure it out.
Or Scamchan, like in terms of me, like you say, the Scamchan was it related to music? Maybe it was related to music like last time.
Did I say Scam Chan? I didn't mean Scam Chan if I said that.
Or you're saying 14 Supersonic?
Supersonic, yeah, not Scam Chan. My bad. I didn't mean to say Scam Chan.
Oh, yeah, for 14 Supersonic, I think I think he said that he was experimenting on it. I don't know how far he went or what happened, but I'll try to get in touch with him. Maybe next time we could bring him on.
He's not gonna have a product.
I mean, to just say maybe how it went with the experimentation, because I think he was some time back. And but
Hey,
about the
I did read a comment was saying that like, why don't I
mm,
do a video to show
mm,
what like Like the guy you were asking before, he showed his voltage, but he never showed the current, right? Like if he had showed the current, that would have told us everything we need to know, right? Why don't I do a video to show the measurements of what it actually is, voltage and current, so you can see? Um, and I honestly think the people would just call me a liar if I showed them that, hey, look, what you think is happening is not happening. They're going to call me a liar. So I thought about this. There is enough information in the videos that are out now that that proves um, the comments that they were making is false. Remember when that Mega 6 guy was talking about charging with a 3.5 volt solar
Bravo
in
6.
Bravo 6? Bravo 6. Yeah, you got these names. You got them. Yeah, him. When he claimed that, he made the statement, I got 3 point something volts coming in, stepping that up to, I don't know, 20, 30, 40, 50 volts. And he said almost no current. He said this in the video that we were all sitting on. And I missed it. I didn't hear him say it till I listened back. He said I got high voltage, but almost no current. That means you have almost no power because you don't have power without current. That's how it's defined. Voltage times current. So if you don't have any power coming from your panels, what use is it? That's the information that they put on their own videos tells them there is no power coming out of that solar panel by putting LEDs on it. You got essentially zero power. I don't care how high that voltage is. If you have small current to no current, that's no power. So if you don't have power, then now you got to ask yourself, how much energy am I putting into those LEDs to get no power out? Whatever you're putting it in, 5 watts, 10 watts, it's a waste because you're getting nothing out of it. Nothing. So I'm now using their videos to prove what they had in their face the whole time. The data was telling them, and he didn't want to hear it. He didn't want to hear it. He was so happy to say, "Hey, I'm charging batteries. I'm charging these batteries." Yeah, you're charging batteries with another battery. But understand that piece that you're saying is doing all the work, useless. And it's telling you it's useless by saying, I have no power coming out. This is where science should take over, and definitely where your bias of wanting it to work so bad, don't ignore the data. The data is telling you what it needs to tell you. You can ignore it. Yeah, you can, but that doesn't make it right. Watch any of those videos. If you go back, watch any of them videos of so-called proof that this works. Look at the current on every last one of those videos on them charge controllers. Zero. I went back and looked at them because I said that's the only way I'm going to be able to, like, no one's going to believe what I'm saying. No one's going to believe if I put a video. Nobody's going to believe that. That's fine. Use their own videos to tell them what they need to hear. So that's my new campaign, man. That is my new campaign. I just kind of discovered all this probably in the last week. I just haven't had time to really put anything together. But everything I need is there. It's on the same exact videos that's supposed to prove, hey, this works. Now, actually, if you really knew what you were looking at, it's proving that it doesn't work, which is hilarious. Hilarious. But I don't know. I guess your limitless energy. I think we answered that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yon
it's
is a
not going to go
green
away.
green. Yon, you're saying you're going away?
I said it's not going to go away.
Well,
Like the claims that limitless energy. That's a bold statement. Was Maxwell? He was claiming that, right? Unlimited energy is what he was claiming, right?
Maxwell.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maxwell was claiming yeah, unlimited energy, the free energy machine. His was the free energy machine which can last like forever.
Yeah.
Free energy machine, motive, the beat moves. But I see Yon agrees with this, saying that same well said speaker. The speaker's name is ID Yon. I
Yeah, I'm
think it was,
identity withheld. I usually have my name and moniker all on the screen, but
let me
technical
put
difficulties.
him up here. You can see the name is identity withheld. Yon came in
Yeah.
today. I think he's a vibrant person, man. I should make him want.
Yeah, Jan hit the panel one day.
He said, I don't think that he will. He said that
It's at work, right?
no, Frank is the one who said that he's at work. Yon say that it doesn't have a mic, camera, and it doesn't do
Ah,
live streams. But I think he's afraid of being seen. But I told him that you can just hide your face, though that it doesn't have to be afraid. But it is
yeah,
Frank who is at
yeah.
work.
I get picked on all the time because of my avatar and all that stuff about me not showing my face and all of that. But the people on the internet know that needs to know who I am knows who I am. And I'm not selling anything. I don't have anything to sell. I'm not trying to get over on anybody. I only offer information of, hey, read a physics book. That's all I ask. That's what I'm asking for people to do. Read a physics book. Like don't fall for these claims, and then in the back end they're saying, "Give me some money for a book," or "Give me some money for this information because I got this, and you have to pay me, and you have to pay me." Yeah, that part I don't like. I'm not offering anything to be sold like that.
Trovman is back. I thought Trovman was gone. But he said that he doesn't know if he saw the information, but I shared a link to Flux Energy from Graphene. I think I'll share with. I think I'll send it to him, or let me see if I can play it. But I want to go to sleep. It is like 2:40 a.m. Let me
Yeah,
see if I can play it. But basically, the video is from 2 days ago. And the title is that it shows that water ice can produce electricity when bent. Hmm. Let me try to play it and see. Before I go to bed. Nowadays, Stargate doesn't do live streams anymore.
she doesn't do live streams, but she's on the internet. She's all over the place. She's arguing with a bunch of people on the internet.
Looking for trouble. Looking for people she can. You said clip. The video is saying that this guy shocking discovery that water ice can produce electricity. Putting here links if you want to support him. Hey, he has a lot of subscribers. 1.49 M.
This is Anton, and today we're going to discuss something that might appear kind of mundane, but it's something that surprised everyone. We're going to discuss ice, water ice, something that's pretty much all over the place on planet Earth, but something that's really fascinating and groundbreaking results in regards to electrochemical properties of this very common substance. And it turns out that ice is not electrically inert after all. In fact, it can generate electricity when it's bent or unevenly deformed. a phenomenon referred to as flexoelectricity. And in this case, water ice seems to even exhibit very peculiar flexoelectricity on its surface, especially at much colder temperatures. And as you can imagine, the discovery has quite a lot of implications, ranging from potentially new technologies to just better understanding of things that seem
I think there is a concept called flexoelectricity.
Hmm.
known as flexoelectricity, and compare it to something else you might be familiar with, such as piezoelectricity. If you want to read about this concept in detail and want to find out exactly how this works in various materials, this study by Mieszko Kolodzierz, with a super difficult to pronounce Polish name, explains this in a lot of detail. But in a nutshell, flexoelectricity refers to production of electricity,
So I've seen that
a natural phenomenon we always
from the parts I've skipped is just explaining. The first part is explaining what flexoelectricity is, then piezoelectricity comparison, difference between the two, study that demonstrates. I think I'll leave a link so that you can watch it. ID, but let me see
Yeah.
this in application. Application, I think will reveal maybe what voltage you can get from it, because I think that's the important part.
What
Like
was
to
the
know me.
first video? The guy said kilowatts or something, didn't he? From a 10 micron by 10 micron space or
Oh
surface. He was claiming like kilowatts.
no, no, it wasn't kilo. It's micro.
I thought he said kilowatts. I mean, maybe I heard him wrong, but
No, no,
okay,
it was micro. That one was from the potential source of clean limitless energy. It was micro.
okay.
It was microvolts, but Stravman said that with the right materials like graphene and all that, that it could improve and you can get more from it. But let me play this on our potential. We see what you can get from it.
we have certain applications in technology. For example, materials with electromechanical properties are usually vital for various sensors. And since here scientists discovered that ice exhibit flexoelectricity directly comparable to various expensive ceramics, suggests that in theory, in certain conditions, it might be possible to create something much cheaper by just using ice, especially when it comes to using this in, for example, outer space or in permanently cold conditions. Or even more importantly, imagine building devices in cold conditions on site, for example in the polar regions or even on icy planets or icy moons. And so in theory this could lead to a lot of new electronic devices that use ice as an active material, harnessing its unique properties and creating something where other materials might actually struggle. And so from what seems to be just a simple block of ice, here scientists were able to discover an entire new world of complexity and mystery, with these flexoelectric discoveries fundamentally changing our entire understanding of ice, and of course demonstrating that even the materials we think we understand and sometimes take for granted still hold a lot of scientific surprises. But if you've enjoyed this video, check out some of the other videos about water ice in the description below. We'll definitely come back and discuss this more once there are some additional discoveries. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else.
I think that's the application. It doesn't talk about maybe how many volts you can get from it or what. So
Hmm. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out.
even Yon is saying that he had never heard of it as well. It was the first time for him to hear about flexo electricity. But piezoelectricity exists, so he's trying to explain the difference between piezo and flex. So if you check out the video, you'll see.
Yeah, he did mention it's similar to how piezoelectric like
Yeah,
that works with pressure or like collapsing, right? Squeezing, striking, the
yeah.
material generates an electricity.
So Ation and Traman, I see. Man, thanks a lot for being around today. Let me also go and sleep. And thanks a lot, Yon and Traman. Yeah, see you in the next one, Traman.
Yeah, I'll
Mm.
check you guys out on the next one.
Okay,
See you
okay. Have a good
later.
night. Enjoy your
You too.
dinner, ID.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta talk to the missus, see how mad she's at me. Oh, hope she's not too mad at me. Told her I'd
Hope
be here
so.
for like an hour. It's been like 2.
Oh, you were supposed
But
to do an hour.
yeah, because this wasn't planned.
Oh,
This wasn't planned. This was like I was listening in, and I wasn't planning on hitting the panel, but I figured I'd
mm,
help out when we start talking about systems and how we're defining our systems, and because that's usually the problem that I have with how people are defining their systems. That's how they see over unity. I said, yeah, because you're not defining the system for like the way we
properly.
define systems. If you did it in the manner that that's how we define the systems, now the definition works. Now it makes sense. But because you don't know how to define the system, you can't just pick whatever you want. That's not how it works. These definitions are defined, redefined, and for specific reasons and specific scenarios. Once you change it to what you think it should be, you just change the definition. So now we can't use the same word to mean the same thing.
Yeah.
This is it's a language thing. So that's why I said I'm okay with coming up to go back and forth with that because that's where a lot of confusion happens. So
Yeah, it made you to meet with Dr. Eli today.
yeah, yeah. I don't know if he didn't like me before, but I think he's okay now.
No, I think he's okay with you. I think he's okay with you. For him, he's also very against free energy kind of things. People say and they don't have proof, especially Maxwell. I think he usually goes to YouTube. He looks for people who post about Maxwell and he comments. He comments.
Ah,
And he's like, "This is wrong. It doesn't exist. Why do you say it does?"
yeah.
So
He's the only one I've ever seen break down. He used circuit software. I remember him using something. I think it was Spice. Well, I forgot
yeah,
what
even
it was.
yeah, even had it. Even was planning to show it when we were talking in the background. He was planning to demonstrate it, showing that it's not possible what the guy was showing from MOSFETs. But I don't know. I think along the way maybe he forgot about
I
it.
thought you have that video. I thought you had that video. I
Yeah,
watched it.
I have that video. But he also asked you saw where he was sitting,
Yeah.
like where he was sitting just at the bottom, like next to him. He had also the setup ready. He had shown me
Ah,
also in the background before we came live. We were speaking in the background and it was okay. So he had shown me that he had it ready. He was planning to demonstrate again, but I think along the way he forgot. But he usually have the setup in his own home as well.
okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's the only one I've ever seen break it down in software. Like, look, this is here's the response. This is what you should see. This is what you should measure. So I like seeing that like he understood what to look out for. So he's the
yeah.
only one I've seen do that.
Yeah, but I think he has a deep knowledge on those stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, he does. He's the only one with an oscilloscope. No, actually, let me take that back. The Limitless guy had one. I noticed he's been using one. But, you can't
yeah.
you can't look at these signals without an oscilloscope. Like, how else would you pick off these signals?
The limitless guy spends that he has a background in physics. I think physics and I don't know. He also says engineering, so I don't know which engineering display, but he has a background in physics.
Hmm,
He also explains even that video of his, it's 30 minutes, but he's only talking about these other things about this Bedini type of thing in the first like 2 minutes or 3 minutes, but the rest part is talking about just some normal things that you find in physics in any physics book, like resistance. Teaches people more about resistance. uh like it's just teaching about physics things. So I don't know what game is playing at, but most of his videos, they have like small part where he's talking about these things, then majority of the parts just teaching people normal physics. So that's why I think
mm,
you see even the likes of Yon who watches him is like He says that he enjoys learning about the physics, but he disagrees about the Bedini coil, where he's showing the Bedini coil. But for other things, he's just teaching normal physics, like the right way.
Right.
I don't know the game that he's playing. I don't know, but everyone knows what they're doing. So
Yep. All right.